Good afternoon and welcome to Decision Day here at the MODUS Super Series, where 5 of the remaining 6 slots into finals night tomorrow evening is going to be decided over the next 12 hours or so. Get ready for a day filled with tension, filled with drama and filled with 2 thrilling races towards the line. We kick off this afternoon with Group C, and this is what we saw yesterday. Bobby King could only amass 1 win from his 5 fixtures yesterday. He's got work to do on day 2. As for the hammer, Andy Hamilton, he picked up a couple of victories himself. He's going to need a bit of a push if he's going to seal his place into finals night again. There's 4 players locked on 6 points. Michael Huntley won each of his opening 3 games yesterday, lost his final 2, but will be hoping the good form at the start of the day continues on Friday. As for Alan Tappan, well, he bookended his day quite well. Good opening, good final performance. He also notched another win in the middle, as well as a big fish. Justin Hood was a weekly winner last time out. He's hoping to go back-to-back. He finds himself in 2nd place. But it's Jared Cole who is at the summit, firing in his 3rd big fish finish of the week. Can he finish off in the Saturday night finale? As you can see, I've got a ticket to Oppenheimer. He's got a ticket to Barbie. Well, it is the Ken of the MODUS Super Series, Matthew Edgar, alongside me up here on the balcony. We saw some day in Group C yesterday.
Look at his face. Look how proud he is of that one.
I don't get many good ones, do I? But what a day we saw yesterday.
Yeah, really, really good day of action. It's a really tight group, and I think that's the real thing for me today. I think the story is ahead of us. It's not behind us. We can stand here and we can review yesterday as much as we want, but this is about who's going to stand up and be counted. This is about who's going to make today count. I don't think any player really yesterday sort of said, this group's about me. I'm the favourite. I'm going to take a stranglehold of this. But if anyone's likely to do that, I'm sticking with what I said yesterday. Alan Tappan, he played some very good things at times. He just missed a few crucial doubles, but I think it's in his hands.
Well, this is how the table looks following yesterday's action. Jared Cole, the player at the top. Well, he's one of 4 players at the top of the table in matter of fact. And Andy Hamilton finds himself only a couple of points behind. And, well, it's going to be a case of, well, anything can really happen here. And it's about players getting out the gate quick, isn't it, today?
It's about lowering that range, the range of performance. We take the range where we look at a player's lowest average of the day and we look at a player's highest average of the day. What is the difference between those 2 numbers? For someone like Jared Cole, yes, he's top of the table, but that lower number, it just drops a bit too low for me, and then he becomes vulnerable. And when he's on it, and he's playing his best stuff. I mean, we've seen 3 170 finishes from him so far. He can hit the very top levels, and he becomes almost unbeatable in this field. The problem is, when he's not in that sense, he's beatable by any player in this field, and he becomes vulnerable. So I'd just like to see him tighten that up a little bit, get a bit more consistent. But the great things we've seen from Jared Cole so far this week, I think he deserves a place in Saturday night.
So let's run through the betting for today's action. Now, Jared Cole, the league leader overnight, 3rd favourite. It's Justin Hood, though. The money came in for him at the beginning of yesterday. It's staying in for him now.
I don't really like it, to be honest. We know that he's not fully fit. He's got a bit of a problem with the leg and with the knee. So how that's going to hold up, I'm not sure. 6-4 favourite's the way to go.
So that's the outright betting. Let's see what the bet builder says about today's action. Just under 6-1. What do you make of those selections? Is there any that give you concern?
I think the 180s on Huntley and Jared Cole game. Jared Cole's got the potential there that he can go and win that game 4-0, 4-1 and it not have many legs. Huntley only hit 3 180s across his campaign yesterday. He didn't have too many as well in his Group A. He's probably the lowest 180 hitter we've got here at the moment this week, and that's including people that have been playing in just one-day groups. That would be a concern. Good value at 6-4, but I wouldn't be taking it myself.
18 plus, speedgambleaware.org. Right, it is time to get the action underway here at the Super Series. It kicks off with Alan Tappan up against Michael Huntley. It's 2 of the players on 6 points. Matthew Edgar is going to make his way down to the commentary box to join, well, the Barbie of the Super Series. It's a very good afternoon to Glenn Tarrant.
Thank you very much, Henry. And once again, great analysis there from the two guys. Very, very exciting day. Very tense. We're going to see some ups and downs, and we're going to see players go from third place to top. And like I said, these two players, if I was in their position now, I've got a real opportunity to stamp their authority. Both players on 6 points. So at the end of this game, the real carrot is the fact that they will be top of the table. Michael Huntley, a very up and down week. I mean, it was a pretty dreadful Group A campaign for him, playing 15 and only winning 3 games, and 2 of them wins coming in the last 3. So he did come into Group C with a bit of momentum. And boy, did he start well yesterday. His first 3 games, 3 wins out of 3. But rather than just relaxing, and he just seemed to tighten up again and probably left the venue a little bit disappointed with them.
Game on.
2 defeats late on. And one of them defeats being against the guy he's opening up with here, Alan Tabban. It's a very solid 91 average for Alan against
60.
Michael in the last game of last night. And he'll want to be putting that to bed again here, because Alan Tabban really had levels yesterday. At times he was averaging close to 113 40. Going into leg 3 and 4, whereas Michael Huntley was really searching for his game. And I think the opportunity for him now is to put everything together.
180.
But he's going to be under pressure, especially with darts like that. And I'm very happy to be with my co-commentator, Matthew Edgar, who's going to share the whole day's proceedings with us and
36.
ups and downs of Group C, Matt.
I said yesterday, I feel like there's going to be someone go through the entire card today, go through winning 5 from 5. I think it's the man in red right now. I think it's Alan Tabban. I said yesterday, 13-2 for him to win this group was far too big. He was available this morning.
60.
Odds of 3-1. A man who averaged 89.74 across the day yesterday. And that's including the fact
54.
he missed 40 darts at a double.
Yeah, it never really looked spectacular, did it? But that's a sign of a really good player when you sort of look up to the averages. And he was peppering that 100 average so
100.
many times. And
Alan Yakar,
as you
150.
rightfully say there, his biggest problem was just finishing off games. And that will be the one thing that disappointed him.
90.
What's your 2 names? I'm going to not just chuck you under the bus. I'm going to give you mine. I'm going to go
95. Alan
Tabban and
Yakar,
Jared
60.
Cole.
Yeah, Jared Cole for sure is the only one. As Tabban looks at tops.
Game shot on the first leg. Alan
Nice and
Tabban.
solid start. Little 18 darter. That's all he sort of needs on his darts there against Michael Huntley. He'll be disappointed. He wants to get out of that losing mentality that he had. It was a good
Second leg,
day
Mike,
from yesterday. He was
first,
sat
game
looking
on.
at that table for the majority of the day and seeing his name right at the top of those 2 defeats and that defeat by Tabban at the end. And just even
81.
psychologically, Matt, the fact he is on 6 points but sat in 4th place as he left. It was just one of them funny days that he had.
100.
So you're going with Jared Cole as well?
Jared Cole and Alan Tabban. I was surprised at the 6-4 for Justin Hood because he is suffering. Whether he's been able to bandage up or put any more sort of cream on his knee. Like I say, he's been on crutches the past 3 weeks as well. He would have been my standout
58.
performer. I had Justin Hood to not only win Group C, but I thought it was great value to win the week at 18-1 at the beginning as well. So, but as soon as he threw a dart yesterday, I
140.
knew he had major, major problems because that knee, the amount of pressure that you put on the knee as you get into position, that would be my concerns. But
180.
Tabban's looking good.
Second 180 of the match. The 9th of the week so far is the biggest 180 hitter in this group. He's also had the most tumblers
85.
checkouts of anybody in this group, including the biggest. He shares that with Jared Cole. But interestingly, 2 of the 4 tumblers checkouts he took out yesterday was actually for the match.
139.
100 and
Mike
126. So
95.
he is not afraid to get over the line in one of these big combinations.
You feel this has to go. That's a good start. 45 left, so he's going to get a dart at his favourite double. That only just crept in. He's just double checking that. And he's going to get 1 dart at double 16. He has been good in this area. But when
Game
the
shot on the
pressure's
second leg.
he
Mike
delivers.
Huntley.
And there's that little fist pump that I like, just to let your opponent know And that's good. That's what you see an awful lot. The sportsmanship, the camaraderie between the guys is once again be
Third
first
leg,
class
Alan,
this
to
week.
throw
It's
first.
business as
Game
soon
on.
as you walk to the hockey. But all the players have been lots of sportsmanship between them. Much better than when you played, Matt. I thought you were a little bit arrogant up there. Bowing
24.
with 180s, and well, there was only one, but
I'd rather win the legs than hit the 180s. I won plenty of those. Won the
100.
group.
yeah, the players' area is just to the left of the comms box. Quite small, enough for like 2 practice boards, maybe
43.
8 seats, etc. So, you know, they're all very close, and relationships are bonded. You know, you can hear the crack, you can hear the chat. But like I said, when they get on that hockey there,
58.
it's all business.
I mention it a lot, the yellow line, the back of the stage. As soon as you cross that yellow line, like crossing the
100.
white line on football, as soon as that line is crossed, all that jokiness goes out the window, and it's time for the serious business. There is some big, big prize money to be won on there.
43.
For some people, life-changing sort of prize money.
Yeah, you can smell Champions Week now. It's penultimate week, week 11 that you're watching.
59.
Like I say, next week is the last chance saloon. But what 12 players that we have, and I think throughout the next couple of days we'll sort of start
100.
previewing. But once again, the headline act will be that guy, Luke Littler. What a superstar in the making. I know he watches an awful lot as
85.
well while he's practicing along. Will he be the first player to win it twice? Well, I wouldn't argue against it.
45.
Remember something I said to you yesterday about Alan Tabban? Hates dart shirts. You'll just see him
150.
come in a
Michael Carr,
plain polo,
155.
we'll stick his stickers on it, and take them off at the end of the day. Not a fan of the shirt like Michael Huntley's got here that's fully designed and graphics, pictures and names and nicknames all over it.
43. Alan Yukar, 40.
I think Tabban goes to the same place you get your T-shirts. He's dominated this match so far.
20. Michael Carr, 112.
Disappointed that Michael Huntley was going to get an opportunity. He just needed treble 20. And that puts pay to that.
Even just staying straight, he'd have been able to throw at the treble 20 with his second dart. So really disappointing there. That's
26.
why he stepped
Alan
back.
Yukar,
The
20.
frustration, the opportunity to break the throw has gone, and Alan loves this area of the board.
Michael
Predictions
Carr,
1.
86.
Edgar nil. Which is better than my 27-1 yesterday, but that's another thing. Treble 18 for Huntley. Now it's important just to play it safe. Oh, was it a good enough mark? He's played safe for the ball,
61.
but he gave
Alan Yukar,
himself an
10.
opportunity. That's the positive. The weakness was the execution of the bull was just off. Tabban is all over right now.
No
and
score.
you don't often
Michael Carr,
see
25.
Alan Tabban miss a big number. He has dominated this game. And it's Michael Huntley who becomes a big favourite to take a 2-1 lead.
The setup play here, though, from Huntley's been a little off. 155. And this is his 4th visit to the board from a score of 155.
Game
When he
shot on the
gets to
third
the double,
leg.
though, it's
Mike
not a problem.
Huntley.
It's getting to it. Took him 10 darts to actually get a dart out of double from 155.
Fourth leg, Mike to through first. Game on.
I wrote some words down here, Matt, about what players might be going through today. I think you can forget averages today because it's just so tight. It's just about getting the points on the board. And I think the
83.
word anxious, we'll see the word critical used. Players getting uptight and touchy. I think you'll
58.
see all that. That's not then conducive for great darts because you just want to get up there and relaxing. I think the winner today is probably the one player that's not looking at the league table throughout.
22.
And is just able to throw the darts because you can just see even in game 1 here, there's real signs there of tension.
I'm going to add another word to that
100.
list for you. And it's a word that I picked up when I walked through the practice room about 20 minutes ago to go and have a chat with Henry Deacon up on the balcony. Analytical. Or maybe even hyper-analytical.
100.
Because when I was going through there was breaking all sorts of things down. I throw my dart like this, and if I do this, and if I do that, and if it goes this way or that way. And you're about to go and play 5 matches of darts here with a league table trying to qualify through for Saturday.
60.
I think if that situation, the only thing I'd be doing is analysing the other people and telling them what they're doing wrong.
Yeah, you're highlighting your weaknesses there, and that's telling me that you've got a couple of overthinkers in that players area.
99.
Don't give anything away. Like you say, a lot of the modern players now, they'll put the music on their ears and you don't know what they're thinking. But like you said, it's very close-knit in that.
42.
If you wonder what the players' area is like.
104.
They're virtually on top of each other. Again, big numbers missed. Surprising when you think of the word experience for Alan Tabban.
84.
Just shows you how much it means to them still. Like I said, the first play to get to 8 points was the real carrot for these two.
81. Anilkar 20. Game shot on the 4th leg. Alan Tabban.
Gives himself a bit of a clap.
Yeah, that's one of my pet hates, that, by the way.
Clapping when you've...
Yeah, or when someone does a low score on the stand and clap at themselves. I don't know.
5th leg Alan to throw first.
Can't wait till we
Game
play
on.
each other again. I'm going to be clapping everything.
I'll save you rattling darts behind me like you used to do. Nearly
23.
only beating you 6-1 rather than 6-0 with you doing that. This is much better from Huntley. Just a shame he couldn't grab over that third dart there. That's just a little bit of adrenaline going and you're just taking your dart from one hand to the next.
140.
Very typical of darts. When one player kicks in, so does the other one. Just beginning to warm up nicely.
81.
Advantage of throw is in the favour of Alan Tabban. Huntley will have to break again.
59.
He's kind of broke here in the scoring phase. Got these 3 darts if you can use them. Well, there's the treble required.
140.
Now he's been able to use them. Cut his score in half. And he's forcing Alan Tabban into something huge. It may have to be a huge finish because Huntley may even get a setup shot here on this 140.
Yeah, this is good stuff.
100.
And they were
Anilkar
beautifully thrown
144.
darts. He's given himself an opportunity. An outside chance only for Tabban. And once again, he slides into that small 5, which tells you an awful lot. He's just getting his release
44.
just not
40.
quite right at the moment. It's usually a very late release when you go into the small 5, whereas Huntley,
Being shot
if
on
you
the 5th
give him a
leg,
double,
Mike Huntley.
he hits it. The tail of the tape so far is in that statistic there. Alan Tabban has dominated the game, but just cannot find that outer ring. And the real tail of the tape for Michael Huntley
6th leg Mike to throw first. Game
could
on.
not find his scoring boots. But if he could get down to a double, he was outstanding. He's just beginning to demonstrate his real qualities because he's
81.
been playing well on the seniors circuit and he's been playing in the qualifying events and sat in 2nd place ahead of many, many good players. I just don't think he's demonstrated his
43.
full qualities this week.
And I'm going to make the excuse on his behalf. How much is that down to the bad back, the bit of sciatica? Maybe just a full week might have been a bit too much for him. It
100.
might have been more beneficial just coming into a Group C and playing the 2 days.
He hasn't made one excuse at all. He's really enjoying the experience.
100.
Very thankful to the MODUS Super Series team for the opportunity as well. And he's determined to use it while he can. He's looking quite good. That's that
70.
little inconsistency, though, when you hit the treble 20. And that's what the Rise smile is, because when you throw a dart as good as that first one, it should be minimum 100.
58.
But he's in total control right now. He's 50 points ahead. Only needs one more leg. And he's got these darts. So you're counting. I'm 70 ahead. I'm 90 ahead.
60. 140.
Well, if he was counting, he's going to have to add a little bit off. Or take away a little bit, should I say, rather than add a
100.
little bit
Alan
off.
Carr, 160.
Took out a 170 yesterday, did Alan Tabant. Same sort of thing, 2 trebles.
140.
Gets them to lead double
Michael
10.
Carr,
Somewhere he
90.
normally likes on the board, but hasn't found too much success down there. But Huntley has found loads of success on the doubles.
Game
Once
shot in the
again, his
match, Michael
doubling is
Huntley.
absolutely superb. It's a big 4-2 victory for Michael Huntley. Very edgy game, you feel, but you can see the delight, the relief on him. He realises he's put himself in a fantastic position for qualification now, and that's all down to that statistic on your right there. 4 from 6 on the checkout, 66%. Fantastic start for Michael Huntley and plenty of work for Alan Tabant to do. Next up, it's Andy Hamilton against Justin Hood, back after this short break. Welcome back to the live lounge here at Portsmouth. A fascinating first game there. It was all about scoring for sure and doubles for door, that classic term. And has really left Michael Huntley in good stead. His doubling was absolutely superb. But that won't frighten these two players. Andy Hamilton showed flashes of real brilliance yesterday, but flattered to deceive at times against Justin Hood, who was my tip as to actually win this group and win the whole week, but he's suffering with a bad knee that has to be taken into
First leg
consideration.
Andy to through
He
first.
is definitely walking a little bit better there. And
Game
just,
on.
if he's had a little bit more chance to just work on his knee and maybe just put some cream on that to sort himself out. So very much all to play for. And this is where the hammer usually comes to the fore.
Well, it's the perfect start.
180.
And that just really settles you into a day and into a game. There's nothing better than seeing your first dart go in the treble 20. Well, other than seeing all 3 darts go in the treble 20.
140.
Justin Hood, the favourite to win this group, and continued to be so. If anything, he got more firmer after yesterday's action. Came into 6-4 favourite to win this group.
140.
Despite the fact that he lost his 2 fixtures yesterday, his worst fixture of the day was this one, match number 1. But already just
99.
looking a little bit better than he did yesterday.
Yeah, I think every single player, and I'm including Robbie King, will be thinking right now they're still involved in this Group C.
130.
And Andy Hamilton is doing exactly what myself and Matt was hoping someone would do. Really stamp their authority today.
81. Under car 51.
This is a fantastic start. Now the hard work is done. The graft is done. Now it's just about the execution. He's going to have 2 darts at double 16, and this will feel good if it goes in.
35.
First negative, a nervous look over to Justin's score. So he'll be delighted to see it's 181, but there still will be that element of disappointment there, because if you can open up with a nice 11 and 12 dart, it does something really good for you.
Under car 16.
But also tells the opponents that you mean business. See the nervous look again.
No score.
All
Just
he was
under
doing
car
there, he was
84.
not feeling good with a lie them first 2 darts, and he nervously looked at Justin's score. Never, ever in this leg. He's going to get a dart at bull.
59.
I think we've both nodded at each
16.
other there because we just thought that was automatically going to go on the bullseye. Six missed darts at a double for the hammer. Literally
score.
steam
Just
coming
under
out of his
car
ears
25.
right now.
It was a problem for him yesterday as well, just a conversion rate of 23%. 14 hits from his 60 darts at a double. He could be punished on this occasion. He's
17.
raced down to the
Under
double.
car 16.
We're in a situation here where it might take him longer to hit the double than it did to get to it.
You can see both players shaking the head. All 4
Getting
players
shot on
have
the first
demonstrated
leg.
nerves
Andy
so far.
Hamilton.
But Andy Hamilton has never been one, Matt, has he, for averages, and he's never been one. It's just that win-loss ratio for him. Just clearly demonstrated there with just that little
Second leg just into
fist
third
pump,
first.
that
Game
nod
on.
of appreciation. Not the shaking of the head that you would see from many of the players. The fact that you missed 8 darts at a double.
Well, when you're a professional player, you do learn very quickly that you
125.
don't get paid for averages. I've never come off a game that I've lost and they've gone, you actually played quite well there, Matt. Here's a couple £100. And on the same aspect, I've never walked into me bank
100.
and the bank manager turned around to me and say, "Oh, hold on a second, Matt. You can't be cashing that cheque. You only averaged 82.
I mean, the story was quite good until you said a
58.
winner's check. I once won £100,000 spelt wrong. Do you remember that check?
I do, yes.
Typical BDO that. I couldn't spell 100 right.
Was it the
39.
E they missed off of it, weren't it?
Did I ever tell you how I spent the 100 grand?
You haven't yet, have you? No, not told me the story. I mean, spent the 100 grand.
You're going to make people think I really am
96.
tight. There's the growl. Matt asked me yesterday, think of a word that you associate with Andy Hamilton. And I think he's the kind of
77.
player, he'll feed off a crowd here on Saturday night. He is all about just gritting his teeth, that determination. Every dart is thrown with real menace.
140.
Justin Hood is probably exactly the opposite. The one positive I would say for Justin, he doesn't seem to be as much pain as yesterday. Hammer needs to fill this up if he wants to get back in this leg.
95. Just in your car,
Justin
82.
Hood to make it 1-1.
$62.
Plenty of opportunities already early on in this one. Both players just letting them pass them by a little bit. This is a shot that I would say is a pressure shot,
174.
actually. And normally I'd
Just
say
in car
urgency.
20.
But in the situation of how the table sat with
Getting shot on
Andy
the
Hamilton
second
trying
leg.
to charge
Justin
down
Hood.
and join those players on 6 points, Justin Hood just swats him away like an irritating fly.
Third leg, Andy to throw first. Game on.
There lieth the problem for Andy Hamilton right now. A lot of their missed doubles, though, was on the leg that he won. But I think of the 6 players so far.
42.
I did say it very early yesterday. The guy that gets through this group could be the one with the best checkout average. It's looking very much because it's just been a tale of missed opportunities, this group. And still players all looking at each
100.
other, shadow boxing. And I still think Robbie King, who has to win every match today, will still be fancying his chances.
$96. 57. 85.
If you were with us last night, I felt the big win of last night in Group B would have been John Henderson. He must have watched Group C on the afternoon, Group B last night, and think, well, there's nothing there I can't beat.
58.
Just seems to be an awful lot of nerves this week. And barring John Henderson, who on Wednesday alone averaged 95 for the day, he's been the standout performer so far.
98.
Unrivaled standout performer so far. 'Cause it's not just like we're saying he's ahead on the stats or he's ahead on match play. Has been
140.
fantastic. The timing, as well as the standard. Someone's going to really have to raise it against John, or John's going to have to come completely off the boil. There's still some amazing value available on John Henderson.
28.
Can
Just
you really
car
find someone to rival him
146.
at the odds of 3-1 to lift this crown?
$74. And your car 152.
Great last start for Hood, which makes him favourite now. 152 is all about the first start. Can't be done now.
96.
If that
Just in your
72
car,
was looking
72.
appealing. After that set-up play from Andy Hammer, you feel it's a must hit. He'll
36. And your car 56.
Not sure about that one. No messing about on the double, he's telling himself right there. Never taking his eyes off tops. Not
Getting shot
once
on the
did he
third
take
leg.
his
Andy
eyes off that
Hamilton.
target area. That was a classic where, if you're ever looking at combination finishing and how it should be done, I once did a video about
Fourth leg,
the
Justin, you
importance
through
of never
first. Game
taking your
on.
eyes off that double top. And Matt Edgar continued to remind me that the next thing he did was look at me foot on the hockey. One take Durant.
99.
One of the greatest moments in social media history.
I still prefer when I won the Isle of Man and cheered and the dart wasn't in.
80.
Seems to be a possible compilation of Glenn Durant getting things wrong. Good job we don't do a compilation of your predictions, because that would be a series, never mind an
98.
episode.
Yeah, that's never followed does us tips. That's certainly one thing I've learned. But on a positive side, we've solved the issues in here of that draft. So at least we're nice and cool in here.
140.
Definitely less windy.
$58.
This is the opportunity. When we talk about timing, this is the exchange. If Andy can find a couple of trebles here. That's where
125.
traditionally you'd see that Andy Hamilton roar, where I reckon you'd see it on Saturday night if he gets through to tomorrow and there's a crowd in here. That's where you'll see the
38.
trademark.
Andy O'Carr,
I think he becomes a
156.
different player with a crowd. Just that release of emotion is something that is being needed for him. He'd be delighted with that because that first one's not ideal.
100.
But leaves the 56, so his mindset will be very positive because that's the finish he's just hit with real aplomb. And it's really typical of a dart player where their best dart is
140.
probably
Andy O'Carr, 56.
when the leg is over. That's because you relax a little bit. The dart at tops. Be disappointed with that first one. He's got to put that to bed. There's the focus again. Can he replicate?
36.
Be
Justin McClure,
disappointed with those 3
68.
darts, Matt.
I think he's disappointed with the first start because the first start obviously caused the problems and unravelled it all for him. That's the perfect first start.
Getting shot on the
perfect
fourth
second
leg.
dart.
Justin Hood.
We're back into a level game.
Yeah, Andy Hamilton didn't even look at them darts, and when it's a 2-dart combination, you're virtually putting your
Fifth
drink
leg,
to
Andy
your
to go
mouth.
first. Game on.
Referee shouting game shot.
So if Andy Hamilton likes a crowd, let's give him one.
42.
Scan that QR code. That'll take you over to dartshop.tv. Go and get your tickets booked for a small booking fee. Come join John Henderson and the rest of us down here at the MODUS Super Series.
180.
Well, I've counted 20 seconds there without you saying, and Glenn Durran's reduced his price for selfies.
You're not going to reduce your price any further from 19.95.
140.
However, Glenn does have some shirts with him that are available. They are just £60, or you get a signed one for £50.
So funny.
59.
Yeah, Matt talked about timing. Is this the moment? There's absolutely nothing to separate these guys. You are thinking 19s on 319, but you just want to get that 180 under your belt. They've both had one each in this game. We did tell you. Should look at the 18s now. Even a single one leaves a finish.
92.
And we've seen that finish so many times this week. With the majority of them going to Jared Cole. He's up next.
$137. Justin O'Carr, 170.
Lovely setup play there from Andy Hamilton. That's the point where Justin Hood would have been stood thinking, just hit a 60. Well, he's got a 60 for himself. Make it 2. The bullseye for another 170 finish this
Game
week is
shot on the fifth leg.
absolutely
Justin Hood.
littered with 170 finishes. Justin Hood adds his name to the roll of honour. He joins Alan Taburn. He joins Jared
Second leg,
Cole,
Justin,
who
you
has
through
hit
first. Game on.
3 170 finishes so far. That is the 3rd 170 finish of Group C.
44.
Absolutely incredible. And as a dart player, you're waiting for that spark, that real moment. But there was just absolute no reaction. Andy wanted to engage. He turned his back on him for a bit of fun. He had a big
58.
smile on his face as he turned round, but Justin just got his darts out and went back to the hockey. That was a pivotal moment.
Talk about swatting someone away. Andy Hamilton's
96.
last 9 darts going into that shot was 140, 140, 137. He was making his move himself. He left himself on 42. He just didn't expect a 12-darter and a 170 to be wound into him.
Yeah, he did nothing wrong, and sometimes you've just got to give credit to your opponent.
77.
Like I said, he's just shaking his head, Justin, again. He's total control of this match now. Just tell yourself it's a 3-6-1 game, one leg, and I have the darts. And I tell you what, if he was playing
57.
local league in Somerset, he'd probably do that in 9 darts.
96.
He hasn't took the stuffing out of Andy Hamilton. He's still making his charge. He's trying to get that throw straight back at the, well, I'd say the earliest opportunity. It's the only opportunity. Justin Hood wins one more leg. He
43.
will be through with the 2 points. He'll join Michael Huntley at the top of the table on 8. Michael Huntley winning our opening fixture of the day when he took a 4-2 success over Alan Tabban.
100.
2 places available. But look what Andy Hamilton's left. How poetic.
41.
How
Andy O'Carr,
of
170.
this week would it be for Andy Hamilton to take out the 170 in reply?
And it would be a breaker throw. Do you think he'd have gone for it? Because he's so experienced.
134.
At the 134 for me feels even better. He set that up very, very nice. It's a great response from Andy Hamilton here.
I think he would have.
56. Andy O'Carr,
Just
36.
because it was the leg after he had one hit against him to break, but he has responded superbly. Splits to leave himself on the double 8.
20.
Can Justin Hood
Justin
finish
O'Carr,
this with finishes of
164.
170 and 164?
Surely not. Oh, this is absolutely incredible. 170 in the previous leg.
139.
That would have been a real
O'Carr,
MODUS Super
16.
Series moment. And again, just no emotion whatsoever. A little bit of a wry smile there for the Hammer. This is where the
Being shot on the
experience comes
sixth
in.
leg.
What a
Andy
great
Hamilton.
game this has been so far. There's the bit of banter between them, but now it's a one-leg shootout.
He'll be saying to Justin there that
7th and final leg, Andy to throw
he
first.
thought that was going
Game
to be
on.
it. He can't believe he missed it. He expected it to go in. You saw Andy Hamilton trying to peer around just to see that the 2 darts was in. As a player, you do always fear the worst.
100.
Guarantee you Andy Hamilton would have been expecting Justin Hood to hit that bullseye.
It would have been a real moment, that wouldn't it? A 170 followed by a 164, because he hasn't been spectacular.
135.
But that's all you remember in that game.
If that was you, what would you have said in that situation? I think I would have said something along the lines of, well, that's the only dart you're getting.
No, well, I'm nicer than you, so of course I would have said, great effort, my friend. Let's have a
60.
good one in the last one. Please don't rattle your darts, Matt. If you smell what the does is cooking.
60.
Gosh, Chef, coming up in our next game. Jared Cole taking on Robbie King. Complete the first lap of fixtures and then everybody would have played 6. There's plenty more twists and turns to go in this one, despite the fact we've only got 300 or so
59.
points left to play.
Just a
84.
bit more intensity there from Justin, I feel. Sure, both players realise the importance of a win here. More for Andy Hamilton, you feel, who is sat on 4 points, and he can join the players on 6 with a win here.
134.
He has appeared to be the better player throughout. He's had 14 darts at a double compared to Justin's 8. But if you look at the statistics, there's hardly anything to separate them. It's going to come
58.
down
Andy
to
O'Carr,
one double.
148.
They're both on a finish, but the Hammer has the advantage of going first. Now it's just about laying up one treble, he's thinking. I'm not being greedy. And now all of
42.
a sudden that brings
Justin
Justin
O'Carr,
Hood right back into the
164.
match, because 106. Have been a masterclass of finishing big scores. That's a good, not a bad. Leaves 100 left.
124.
Heard the
Andy
gasp
O'Carr,
even in the players
106.
area there. They're watching this game. 106 of the Hammer. He needs a treble. He's got 2 darts to get a treble. So treble 18 it will be. What a moment in this Group C. And
Game shot
what
on the
a
match,
finish
Andy
for
Hamilton.
Andy Hamilton. Thoroughly enjoyed that match play game. It's a big 4-3 victory. Justin Hood had that real special moment of the 170 finish. He wired the ball for a 164. Absolute stunning 106 finish in the end for Andy Hamilton. Nothing to separate them, but the hammer is up and running. And next up, we will see, and Robbie King will want to get his campaign up and running against top of the table, Jared Cole. And welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, full of tension. An absolute stunning final game there from Andy Hamilton, beating Justin Hood 4-3. Justin Hood with that sensational 170 finish, and it was a case of follow this, guys. Robbie King in your picture there against Jared Cole. They'll be sick of seeing each other. It'll be their 5th time they've played so far. It has been a real topsy-turvy week for
Looks
Robbie
like
King.
Robbie to throw first.
Guy who's come over from Australia.
Game on.
Absolutely fantastic on Monday and Tuesday. And a real potential winner. But boy, did he hit the skids. And had a real problem with his arm, with his elbow. I thought he was quite free-flowing
69.
yesterday. It didn't look like he was suffering any issues. But he did go overnight, sort of detached from the rest of the players. And quite simply,
60.
the scenario is simple for the Aussie. He has to win every game today, and that still might not be enough. But he's good enough. The skills he demonstrated on the beginning of the week tells you he's a fantastic player.
125.
But he's up against someone, Jared Cole, who such an unpredictable week. He's just been up and down. He's had more
100.
trials and tribulations, I feel, than any other player. But I think he's just beginning to just warm up nicely, and like I said, we'll be saying it all day today. There's just
85.
so many permutations that can happen that you just have to take one game at a time.
He has been quite
90.
explosive at times, hasn't he, Jared Cole? 89-11 for the day yesterday. Another 170 finish. He's become the 170 king.
31.
3 170 finishes so far this week, just from Jared Cole. We've obviously seen Alan Tabern and recently Justin Hood hit one as well.
57.
Robbie King, very consistent yesterday. I like looking at the range of the performance, and Robbie King was generally around that sort of 85s, which means he's going to be competitive in all the games where it's going to be a 50-50. Which
85.
side of the coin is he going to come out on? Unfortunately for him, yesterday he came the wrong side. And he's got to go through the card today if he's got any hope.
64. Robbie Car
What doesn't help is that
106.
Jared really blasted him yesterday 4-0, so no doubt that'll be on his mind. But he does have this attitude where I think he feels he can beat anybody on any given
98.
day.
Jared Car 130.
He's one of them players I'd love to sort of talk about the week he's had because, you know, from the comms box.
90.
Yeah,
Robbie
it's
Car
from the
8.
sublime to the ridiculous. But he has an opportunity here, double 4, to hold his throat. Just the way that barrel is, that hides a lot of the bed.
4.
And just try to lob it
Jared
over there.
Car 40.
Jared Cole wasn't getting an awful lot of luck this week. We'll be delighted to be coming back.
Game shot in
Sneaks
the
in the
first leg.
end.
Jared Cole.
You can see how he feels about that. Bordering on a little bit of relief there. But he wasn't getting an awful lot of luck at the beginning of the week. He'd be thinking the tide is turning.
Second leg, Jared through first. Game on.
For Robbie, has to be immaculate from now on. That's the last thing he wanted the way this game to start.
45. $140.
So you'd love to sit and chat with Jared Cole about how
134.
he feels the week has gone. I think that reaction sort of told you how he feels the week has gone. He feels like he's been missing
70.
opportunities, missing doubles, because there was a lot of relief when you got that dart with the last. I can tell you, over the first 4 days, he has missed 145
50.
darts at the double so far. He has played 20 matches, so you expect it to be quite a high
55.
number, but 145 just seems maybe 40 darts too many.
140.
Yeah, Robbie wants to get his campaign up and running again.
140. Jared Car
He
132.
needs something really special to happen. And Jared Cole will be looking at the bullseye there. He can't finish now.
37. Robbie Car 96.
Robbie King has a chance to break back very quickly. Options here because he's covered that bed there. Went for the double-double.
56.
Now it's relying
Jared
on
Car
Jared Cole
95.
not checking out in this 95 to give some hope to Jared when he has one dart or a double in his hand. For the bowl.
61.
That would have been a
Robbie
unique way
Car
of going.
40.
That shot there from Jared Cole reminds me of when you put the hose pipe on but you haven't got hold of it and it just sprays around everywhere.
Game shot on the second leg. Robbie King.
Robbie King gets the throw back straight away. Just been crunching those numbers for you, just to give you a bit of an idea in case you're unfamiliar with the numbers
leg, Robbie to throw
of how
first.
many missed
Game on.
doubles. In terms of percentage, it's around about 28%. We say if you're going to be successful here at the Super Series, you need to be a minimum 33, so about 5%
100.
down on the doubling stats, but with Jared Cole, you sort of just expect a little bit more than that par 33.
140.
Did you ever suffer with fatigue up there on the Friday, Matt? I know you've played in Group A's.
Absolutely. All the time. That's why I won't play a Group A again.
95.
Absolutely did I struggle at this point of the week. Obviously, I'm a different entity
44.
to some due to the fact that I'm a 36-year-old in the body of a 70-year-old man.
I thought you were going to say because you're so boring.
Well,
59.
I feel like I am after sharing a house with you for the last 4 days.
$140.
Sure, has been sharing with Paul Hinks, who, once again, enjoyed a porridge and a pot noodle.
He's a man of tradition, isn't he, is Mr. Hinks?
100.
Yeah, just give us a quick smile there.
$60. Drop your car 147.
It's a little shake of the head. But he can set it up nicely. 67 left, so look at the 17's bed.
97. Drop your car 117.
And this could be a vital finish. Treble 19. Advantage king.
54. Drop your car 50.
He needs to go through the card today if he's going to have any opportunity of qualifying through to Saturday night. And he is making his move. He is making a charge. The win here will put him on to 4 points, and it'll just bunch up and congest this table.
Yeah, it's the only problem for Robbie, really. Even when he goes back
Well,
after a win here,
first game on.
if successful, he's still detached from the rest of the group. And he doesn't play
100.
again for another 3 matches. Hasn't been good for me. Might come into his own at the conclusion of the day, where he'll be playing some rapid games. I don't know. I
60.
don't know what I feel about Robbie King. I'm so impressed with him very early in the group. He's never said to me it's anything to do with the injury, why he's not repeating that success.
45.
But will he be better for the experience, Matt?
I don't see how he couldn't be. He has just spent the whole
40.
week playing in a field of international quality players. Some legends of the game.
60.
Andy Hamilton and John Henderson.
I think the hammer looks good. He looks fresh. He looks fit. I'm saying that at times there. I mean, he was virtually out of
55.
the competition running there. If that 164 from Justin Hood, I just think Justin Hood lacked a little bit of intensity. Saying a little bit about Wesley Plazzi as well. I would just like to see a little bit of fight from some of these players. It's one of the words I'd use is a little bit lethargic, and one of the words I've used for Jared Cole maybe too many times is inconsistent. Once again,
85.
45,
Jared Cole,
60,
116.
180. Just feel if Jared's now going to kick on to the next phase of his darting life, Matt,
100.
he has to sort out those inconsistencies. It must be a great feeling to know that your game is there, but I want to see more of it.
140. Jared Yokar 16.
The 2-2.
This has been a concern all week when he's got 3 darts in hand, and that's kicked across to the right-hand side. He's just shuffled across. He's back to the original position on the hockey.
12.
And again, same story. 3 darts in hand. Misses all 3 combination shots. 170 finishes. Not a problem.
Is he going to have a dart at the bull? He's not.
57.
Short relief for Jared Cole.
4.
I think he feared the worst there.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Jared Cole.
It's Desmond. All 3 games so far very tight. Nothing really to separate this group.
5th leg, Robbie to throw first. Game on.
There was nothing to separate them overnight either, and it's going to come down to the wire, which is great
83.
for the neutral. Great for us here in the commentary box to see it all unfold. And this is the part when people say, do you not miss playing as much?
57.
No. I'd rather sit and watch them worry about it.
Yeah, I give the same answer, which I think surprises people.
100. $140.
A best of 3 match. Nothing to separate them.
85.
Again, just that last leg, that last start there, just a real saviour. If Jared Cole could just get one of his big scores in now, could really grab
134.
this match with both hands.
33. Jared 170.
We both held our breath there, didn't we?
42.
Could you imagine if he did it again? It might not be something we have to imagine he might. Seems to be going certain routes that leave it more often than not. I remember a period of time Michael van Gerwen was doing that as well, often leaving himself on the
125. Jared
170.
128.
Big moments in this match. 74 left. Double 10.
108. Robbie O'Carr 75.
It's a fantastic effort. And Robbie King, you feel, is going to get at least a dart or a double. He's going to get 2 at double 12. Big moments in this match. And
69.
Just not
Jared
up to
O'Carr,
the
20.
challenge again. Jared Cole, this is your moment. He will have the dart in the next leg. That's a bit wild.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Jared Cole.
Kissed off a bit of tungsten there. And maybe, just maybe, it's Jared Cole's moment, because I think that had a little bit of luck in that double 7. He was very direct with it.
Six leg Jared
That
to
could
throw
have gone
first. Game on.
absolutely anywhere, but all it matters, it went in the double 7. He's got the darts now. And it's a real opportunity for Jared Cole. That's the perfect start. Another one.
140. $55.
Cole's taking control.
And he's making his move.
140.
Move that would see him end the first lap of fixtures, top of the table on leg difference from Michael Huntley. On the opening game 4-2 against Alan
100.
Tabb and Andy Hamilton. 4-3 victory over Justin Hood. Jared Cole could be joining the winners in closure.
65.
I think it's all to do with that double 7. I think this could be the end of Robbie King. I think them darts, they're
45.
tired darts,
Jared O'Carr,
disappointed darts.
156.
And a realisation it's just all gone a bit pear-shaped for the Aussie.
60.
He's able to play pass darts. That's one of the unusual
60.
things about
Jared
someone who has
O'Carr,
the angle of
96.
entry that Robbie King does. He's a long way back.
He doesn't need to go double-double. And he's a very mature player for a young man.
56.
All he's done is just lay it up. Very sensible. Just get the 2 points. Don't be surprised if he fills it up here, because that's what happens when the game is over.
Jared O'Carr, 40.
You relax. And Jared Cole, the only fear that we have, and maybe the smile is on his face, is the fact he's got 3 darts in his hand.
Game shot on the match.
Jared Cole just sneaks that double 5 in. He takes the spoils. He goes top of the table. Job done for Jared Cole. And after the break, it's Justin Hood against Alan Tabb.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we're round down for the day. Windsor, Huntley, Hamilton and Cole means this is the situation in the table. Cole and Huntley on 8, 3 players vying on 6. And who are those players on 6 points? Goes head-to-head in this next one. It's Hood up against Tabern, watching this one in the commentary box. Matt Edgar, Glenn Davett.
Thank you so much, Henry. And like I said, every game just feels like the biggest game of the week for these guys because it is just absolutely so tight. You feel it's 2 from 5 now. And for Alan Tabern, he'll be extremely disappointed to lose that opener against Michael Huntley. And he'll want to put that to bed against the
First leg, Justin to throw first.
strange performance from Justin Hood. And he was a millimetre away from taking the spoils against Andy Hamilton. Just felt it lacked a little bit of intensity in his game. A little bit of belief. Like I said, he's
100.
He's an exceptional player, Justin Hood. He was brilliant here at the MODUS Super Series last time. And he's got every chance. But it's 2 players. You just don't know what you're going to get at the moment, Matt.
100.
So it was a strange game for Justin Hood. It felt the same way for Alan Tabern when he went down in our opening game against Michael Huntley, because it really did feel like Tabern was going to run away with that one. He just wasn't able to stamp his authority. But that is a bit of authority early on here from Justin Hood.
140.
Justin Hood can join Huntley and Cole on 8 points with victory over Alan Tabern. When we spoke to him yesterday, I said, I have you to win the
100.
week, Justin. And he said, absolutely no problem, Glenn.
$57. Justin
To win the week, he's going to have to get through
121.
this group first, and he's a couple of points off the top 2 at the moment. Going into this wrap of fixtures. The 2 players above him,
105.
Michael Huntley and Jared Cole, are going to be playing each other in our next game, so they both can't win.
140. Justin McCarr, 16. $8. Alan Newcar, 64.
We look at the 16 bed. But the fact he likes tops, I stayed on 16s.
32. Justin Newcar, 8.
It was missed opportunities last time in the outer rim, which cost him. Now Justin Hood has had chances
Shot on the
already.
first leg. Justin Hood.
What a nice 16 darter. Hold a throw for Hood. This campaign really has to start right now. I think he could have gone back after that game with Andy Hamilton.
Second leg, Alan to throw first.
Already
Game
on 8 points and playing for top of the table right now. But you've just got to forget that. Keep looking forward.
96. $99.
Doesn't give much away, does he, Justin Hood?
To my disappointment, I'd like to see a little bit more, a bit of intensity. Like I say, he might be playing in
59.
pain there. He might offer a little bit more, but I was looking forward to watching him this week.
So is what you're saying, you enjoy watching quite a expressive
44.
player? Is that what you're saying there?
Yeah, I like a player who wouldn't be very good at poker, let's just say that. Just the whole
76.
Group C players just seem to lack that something, barring Andy Hamilton.
How do you feel about bowing after 180s? Do you like that?
Oh, they're just clowns.
41.
Oh, when you're getting smashed by Darius
30.
Labanauskas and you win a leg from being beat 3-0 and doing a lap of honour. Them types of players I've got no time for.
100. $100.
Perfect dart for Hood. You look at treble 19. That's magic darts.
177.
Fantastic setup.
140.
Alan Tabern nervously looks over. He realised that 140 has to go. Hence the expression change.
43. Justin, your car, 40.
It's been solid from Justin Hood. No messing about on the doubles.
Getting shot on the second leg.
With
Justin Hood.
real aplomb, real authority. He's just beginning to show signs now. He was the favourite this morning with the bookies to top the group, and that surprised both me and Matt.
Third leg, Justin to throw first. Game on.
Just more the fact that he's not 100% in himself. He hasn't been practicing for 3 weeks. He's literally playing off muscle memory and
86.
trying to play himself in a bit of form. And a big win here against Alan Tabban, because it also gets to a stage, Matt, where you start thinking the legs difference
96.
as well. It's that tight. We could have a few players finish on 10 and 12 points, and then that's where the legs different counts. So could be one of those days.
57. One out of them, 40.
Just about to say Tabban needs to make a move and make it quick, because in a group like this, if he is to lose this fixture, he's got to sit there and then watch 3 people that are
96.
above him in the table, Andy Hamilton, Michael Huntley and Jared Cole, go to the hockey in a hunt for points. Cole takes on Huntley in our next match. So one of those will have to
43.
get to 10 points. Andy Hamilton will have a chance against the man bottom of the table, Robbie King, to almost start detaching Alan Tabban out of the equation.
83.
Just shows you how tight it is right
135.
now. Nothing to separate them, but just look at that legs difference there. And we'll keep an eye on the in-play table throughout the day, because you are going to see the names change on a regular
84.
basis.
Alan, your car, 87.
Treble 17 for Tabban. He's going to have to incorporate the bull, and bull it is. He took his time in that
40.
one. He really
Just so
lined
far,
that up. He got
95.
the line right. The length was off. The double 19.
Game shot on the third leg. Justin Hood.
Not always the way people go on that 95 finish, but there's something special about a combination finish in 2 darts. I just think it tells your opponent something as well. But once again, no reaction.
Fourth leg, Alan to throw first.
Just a little
Game
bit
on.
of a fist pump. Show your opponent what it means.
A little bit of a get in, a fist bump, a thumbs up, a bow, anything.
59.
Well, not the bow, but I'll leave that to Doink the Clown.
$57.
Can you see a fight back from Tabs?
140.
Always, you can never really write him off, but Justin Hood is just playing so solid at the moment. It's just a polished match play performance.
I like that word
86.
solid, because he was bang on the 90 average before them 3 darts, and that was a term we've sort of used over the years when you know you're
60.
playing okay in old money when you're averaging 30. Just shows you where the game's gone now, because 30 was an outstanding performance, wasn't it? This game doesn't feel like it's
24.
outstanding, not with darts like that anywhere.
Well, if he is to turn it around, it has to start somewhere.
One out
No
of
better
them,
place than a
40.
holder throw. And a holder throw that may leave Justin Hood a long way back.
81. Alan, your car, 102.
A couple of slack darts. Treble 14, a bull, big fat 17.
62.
This time it's Tabban that's been very solid in this leg, and Justin Hood hasn't been nowhere to be seen, and maybe
123. Alan, your
thinking of
car,
the next
40.
leg. Tabban has messed around with doubles a little,
Game
but
shot
not
on the
this
fourth
time.
leg. Alan Tabban.
So the perfect view with that one going in there, and you can just see Justin just planning his attack now. He knows he has the darts, and as he walks to the hockey now, he
Fifth leg,
realises
Justin to throw
one big
first.
score
Game on.
here can edge him very close to victory.
132.
Perfect start to the leg as well. A couple of big trebles. Just forces Alan to try and keep pace.
96.
Yeah, it's been the biggest problem for Justin.
40.
Just when you start writing your conclusion to the game. Alan Tabin should be all over that. But they're not ideal markers for the
57.
treble 20 and treble 19, meaning he has to shift around the board. What is 20 clear plus these?
134.
That could be a big moment, as you feel Tabin has to fill this up now.
Can't leave a finish even if he does.
80.
That's a very unfortunate time to get a bounce out. But Justin Hood, the minimum 6 darts here to polish off the 195.
93.
A big last start on the treble 18 leaves him a much more gettable finish than the big ones he's hit so far. He took a 170 earlier. He took a 152 out yesterday.
134.
Much more gettable 102. But this
102.
time it's for the match.
Tabin just gives himself an outside chance with that 134.
78.
Great last start
On
to
your
lead.
car, 134.
Double 12. Alan Tabin needs something special, and he needs it right now. Oh, this is insane.
114. Just in your car, 24.
From absolute nowhere. For victory. To join the players on 8 points.
No score. On your car, 20.
Well, that's what Alan Tabin wants. He wants that double 10. Mentioned earlier on. It's an
Game shot
area
of
of
the
the
fifth
board he
leg. Alan
loves.
Tabin.
He will love it so much more now. He's got the red shirt. He's got the red double. You said, can Alan Tabin turn this one around?
6 leg
He
Alan does
might
go first. Game
Be
on.
doing exactly that.
But Hood had his chances. That's why he's in deep thought there.
140.
And you just see that Alan is playing more fluid, more freedom. And that's what happens when you think a game is over. They should be off stage now. We should be
93.
bringing the next players on. That's where Justin Hood will be fighting with himself, and every treble that Alan Tabin gets.
58.
He's in deep thought. He might be in deep trouble. Because he has come off. I said solid was the word. It's now
52.
becoming a bit loose. Well, Alan Tabin nearly put 10 points onto his average here. Seen a big turnaround victory yesterday as well.
93.
Came in our evening session. Mike Gillett, 3-0 down. And then reeled off an average of 113 to turn it
60.
around against Gary Stone, the group favourite. Is history going to repeat itself? Group favourite, 3-0 up. And it all gets turned around by a left-hander.
Whose position would you rather be in, Matt? You go 3 each
140.
from 3-0 down, but Justin Hood would have the throw in the last leg.
I think at that point, though, he might have a little bit of panic
80.
setting.
On
As he
your car,
feels like he's
70.
defending something rather than gaining something.
It's
Game shot on
3-3.
the 6 leg. Alan
That's a
Tabin.
sensational finish there from Tabin, and from absolute nowhere. He was never in this match. Justin Hood has had missed darts at a double for it.
7 the final leg. Justin to throw first.
Can he
Game
take
on.
that thought process out of his mind and just focus on this last leg shootout?
59.
Perfect start if you're Alan Tabin. Anything without a treble there was a dream scenario. Fantastic switch
81.
down the board. He's been very strong when he's been moving around the board, Alan Tabin. But not enough gain there to suggest that's an advantage. He's going to need to hit again.
98.
Yeah, just the 1-180 in this match from Justin Hood. So the power scoring has come from Tabin on the 140s.
86.
Boy, does he need one now. There's nothing at all to separate these two players. Will it be just a little bit of magic? And is that magic coming now?
100.
Fairly happy with that, but after that first start, he'll have wanted more.
100.
This is where you're praying your body doesn't tighten up.
92.
Once again, that last start was a save. You saw the nod of appreciation. And for Taban, so many 140s in this match.
100. Justin McCall, 152. $76.
Taban had a
Alan McCall,
fantastic effort at this
134.
earlier on in the match. He hit the treble 18. Tops. He's opted a different way. He's gone to stay on the treble he's been throwing at the whole match. So I do understand that
58.
play.
Justin McCall, 76.
And just look at those scores. Look at those finishes. The advantage is that Hood is thrown first. He's going to have another dart for the match. Double 18.
58. Alan McCall, 76.
Is not up to the challenge. The word experience comes to my mind as Alan Taban comes to the hockey. 71 left. That's the cardinal sin, missing the big number. What a dart that is. It's double 10.
66.
Wayward.
Justin McCall, 18.
Long way wide. There was a lot of dartboard between that dart and the double. It's over to you, Justin Hood. 3 darts.
There's a
Game
war
shot
of
on the
attrition
match,
in the
Justin
end,
Hood.
but it's Justin Hood that just to say gets over the line. It's a big 4-0 victory. A 4-3 victory there, as you can see, the full 7 legs, tail of the tape there. Nothing to separate them, but Justin Hood takes the spoils. Next up, it's Michael Huntley against Jared Cole.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
It's Group C day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and boy is it a tight one. Out of a potential 28 legs being played so far, 26 have been thrown. Tight. We anticipated it was going to be very, very close. Just witnessed a real war of attrition as Justin Hood just to say go over the line against Alan Taban, who's having a tough start to the day. The 2 players who won their opening games today, and you picture Jared Cole against the guy coming to
First leg,
opened
Mike,
up
to
the
throw
show
first.
against Alan Taban with a
Game
4-2
on.
victory. They've played each other. This will be the 5th time this week with Jared Cole taking the spoils. Will he have the advantage in this match? Both will see the importance of exactly
95.
what a win can do in this game. And I'd even stick my neck on the line and say the winner of this match will go through. Because the confidence that
81.
they'll go into that last games, because the players are looking very, very tense. Maybe it's just the person who can keep their composure. The player that can remain calm
60.
will be one of the 2 players will be seen on Saturday night. Very explosive at times, Jared Cole.
95.
Very disappointing at times as well, even by his own standards. For Mike Huntley, that typical week that you have at the MODUS Super Series, we are talking he was down
80.
and out near the end of the conclusion of Group A, but a couple of big wins set him up for Group C. And yesterday he came out the traps,
96.
3 wins out of 3, but left the room quite disappointed as he lost his final 2 games. And once again, he opened up today with a win. He hasn't been at his best this week. He just seems
45.
to be finding ways to win legs and matches to go with it. So will that trend continue?
There was a point
97.
on Tuesday when we got about halfway through the session where we were starting to fear if Michael Huntley was even going to win a game. Now,
60.
he's in a
Daniel Carl,
position where
132.
if he wins this opening leg in the live table, he's going to be top.
100. Michael Carl, 161.
Really like that last start there. And this obviously is for a holder throw. So it's advantage to Jared Cole very, very early in this match.
65. Jared
You see
Carl,
Jared in
52.
the background just preparing himself. He knows the importance of this game. I think he feels he can win this game. He's demonstrated that against Mike a few times this week already. But when he has 3
14.
darts in his hands for a double,
Michael Carl, 96.
the confidence diminishes. And Michael Huntley, happy days.
You almost feel like saying this is a recorded message. Or Jared Cole, Huntley unable to get himself in a position. He gets a dart at the double here.
72.
He still has a
Jared
dart at the
Carl,
double anyway.
18.
It was a double that Jared Cole
Getting shot on the
wanted to win
first
the
leg.
leg,
Jared
but double
Cole.
9 is now the target. Jared Cole gets a much-needed breaker throw. It's now in his hands. He becomes a very strong favourite in a game. He started as favourite for
Second leg,
anyway,
Jared
8
throw
to
first.
11.
Game on.
But that is good value, 8 to 11.
Yeah, we both looked at each other when we said that, but just the fact he's played and beat Michaels this week as well. So
57.
just looking at the game yesterday, Jared Cole 4, Michael Huntley 0. 8 to 11 was very, very good odds.
45. 125.
Clattered into material there. It wasn't like it was a badly thrown dart. Just clattered into the material and had a very big deflection.
97.
And just reading the body language of both. There's that confused look on the face of Mike Huntley where I think Jared is just beginning to enjoy himself.
121.
And when a dart player is happy and when a dart player is relaxed, that's when you see the best. And it just looks very tight with Mike at the moment. Everything seems a chore.
44.
Whereas Jared just looks a lot more relaxed. That's why I'm reading the body language, Matt.
Jared's been here so many times before, and
133.
see that experience, that lack of panic. He knows there's plenty of games ahead of him. He knows he can afford to lose 3 and still be in a very good
Jared
position to
Carl,
qualify.
65.
So he knows he's got a bonus life still in the locker.
Game shot on the second
Sensational,
leg. Jared
relaxed, clean, confident. Jared Cole just seems to be finding his mojo right now. Just at the perfect time. I think he can smell Saturday night.
Cole. Third leg, Mike to throw first. Game on. $81.
If you just look at the shoulders there of Mike, you would think he was bottom of the table.
93. 24.
He's in trouble here, is Michael Huntley. 24 with the throw just means that Jared just needs 1 treble visits now to be in a very strong position to get that break.
58. 60.
A little bit quiet, which might suit Michael Huntley. We've used the word explosive with Jared Cole. I think he likes it when the pace is just a bit quicker.
100.
He's just doing a very professional job. Michael Huntley hasn't thrown a dart or a double at this match so far. And with darts like that, he's not going to get many opportunities.
85.
This could be a quick fire victory for the man in your picture.
95.
Again, we'll continue with the in-play table just to show you if Jared Cole does win this match. He would see the first bit of daylight.
64. Jared Yokar, 155.
Double 18 left.
119.
We use the word solid
Jared Yokar, 36.
in the last game to describe Justin Hood. This is exactly the definition of solid here from Jared Cole.
Until he has 3 darts in his hand for a double.
No score. Mike Ricard, 137.
Well, Michael Huntley's not had a dart at a double yet in this one, and he won't do yet. You would need to see Jared Cole
57.
continue that trend
Jared
of
Yokar,
misses.
36.
Yeah, it's no coincidence, and it's something that Jared will have to work on.
Game shot on the third leg.
That's what he can
Jared
do.
Cole.
And super quick time. Jared Cole has a big 3-0 lead, and more importantly, has the dart in the next leg. A 4-0 victory right now.
Fourth
would
leg,
be
Jared to throw
huge.
first. Game on.
He's already in total control with legs difference against many of the players. He's the first player to go plus 10.
77. $99. $97. $81.
Hasn't that to be his brilliant best call? Just average in the mid-80s.
171.
Explosiveness when he wants it. It's really important that his game is there. And on a given Saturday night, man,
55.
he has the
Jared Yokar,
potential
156.
explosiveness to do some real damage.
He's the sort of player that you wouldn't be surprised to see in a Champions Week lineup.
140.
He's making his move here to end lap 7 of 10 on 10 points on the top of the table.
85. Jared Yokar, 16.
It's an
Game shot on the match.
exquisite
Jared
demolition
Cole.
from Jared Cole, who goes top of the table and the first player to go to 10 points. That's the way to do it, Jared. There's the tail of the tape. A big, big win for Jared Cole. And up next, it's Andy Hamilton against Robbie King. And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series at the fantastic live lounge here in Portsmouth. Real pivotal moments in this group. We've just witnessed Jared Cole do a real demolition job. A big 4-0 victory over Michael Huntley. It was a real top-of-the-table clash.
First leg, Andy to throw
feeling
first.
really good about himself.
Game on.
With the two guys in your picture, I think Andy Hamilton is just beginning to show signs. He was involved in an absolute beauty of a game with Justin Hood, which has a 170 finish from Hood, a missed 164, and then a sublime 106
81.
finish for the match by Andy Hamilton with Justin Hood on a double. I think that was the moment, the real catalyst for him to real kick on. And for Robbie King,
43.
it's just been an extremely disappointing Group C campaign. All started going wrong on Tuesday afternoon for Robbie after an unbelievable start in Group A. And yeah, he looks a beaten man there. Whereas Andy Hamilton has all
100.
the focus in the world. I think he has the eyes on the prize right now, and he probably feels, Matt, that he has too much for this man.
57.
Andy Hamilton, when he's feeling good, will feel he's got too much for this whole group. And if we look at the CVs of the players, no one in this group even gets close to the CV of Andy Hamilton when you look at what he's done over
100.
the years, highlighted with that 2012 World Championship runner-up.
I remember when he was losing his card. It was very late. Pro Tours.
99.
I was just beginning to go on a bit of a slide, and he was practicing absolutely superb. But he would see the draw, MVG, first round, Gerwin Price. That sort of happens to you when you're really searching for money right at the end of trying to save your
140.
Pro Tour. But he was determined to come back. He had real ambition to still be a professional dart player, and you know what I'm witnessing now. He looks really
98,
fit
Andy
and
O'Connor,
healthy.
80.
He looks like he's lost some weight. He's still got that real desire, and I think he's a guy who would love to be involved in Champions Week. But one step at a time. He's going to get a dart at tops here. That is new to me, but I'll explain that
40.
in a second. But he purposely doesn't go for a big 20 when he wants 60 left, and I think that's the first player I've ever seen do that.
Seeing various different
100.
routes and
Andy
options
O'Connor,
in that
40.
situation. But yeah, I've never seen someone go under it before. He's obviously confident in keeping everything straight and
Getting shot on the first
perfectly
leg.
straight
Andy
there.
Hamilton.
Just got the weight absolutely spot on. Holds his throw quite convincingly in the opening of this one. In terms of your live
Second leg,
in-play
Robert to throw
table,
first. Game on.
that for Andy Hamilton pushes Michael Huntley out of the top three. Andy Hamilton would be
60.
closing in on those top positions. It is the top two players that were qualified, Jared Cole and Justin Hood, currently occupying those positions. Just off your screen in fourth place, Michael Huntley also has 8 points, but leg difference is
80.
the first deciding factor, which is why Andy Hamilton in the live table has just jumped above Michael Huntley.
40.
Thank you very much for the follows on at MSS Dart on Twitter. Afternoon, lads. Just got back from 40 degrees in Mallorca. Thank you for the entertainment on my travels. Who do you think's going to win the match play?
77.
I have made, I think, 4 predictions for the match play so far, and I think they're all out. Although, I think you'd be brave to look past Luke Humphries at the minute.
59.
I think all your predictions are out as well, aren't they, Glenn?
Like I said, I change your mind so many times. I think Johnny Clayton's the only one where
81.
I just felt someone from that third section of the draw might surprise. I'd change my mind between Peter Wright, Dimmy and Johnny Clayton. So it's just been a fascinating
57.
week of darts. It's a special place to play darts, and it just shows you the pool of great players ready to win majors is just getting bigger and bigger. And surely, Matt, that's only good for the sport.
64.
You know, the sport of darts in the BDO when I was just dominating it, you know. You wouldn't know that feeling though, would you?
No, I had the tour card.
45.
Not for long. Did you ever win a game of the PDC?
134.
I can just see Darius now, like the delight with the draw. Trying to think of other memories. I remember you beating Mentasulovic and I nearly fell over.
100. Andy O'Carr, 65.
You'll be looking at the bullseye, but you don't want to hit the ball. That's sensible for double 16. Just that thought process under extreme
Getting shot on the
circumstances,
second
and
leg.
that's
Andy
the outcome
Hamilton.
there for Andy Hamilton. He's beginning to look good. He's just warming to the challenge. And once again, the camaraderie between the guys is absolutely fantastic. But Andy Hamilton,
Third leg, Andy
for
to
me,
third first. Game on.
alongside Jared Cole, are looking the two likely players to be getting through the group. I'm just sort of looking at the fixtures now. There's a real legends lineup with Alan Tabb and Andy Hamilton is his
90.
next game. But Andy Hamilton against Justin Hood was a game that stands out for me.
On the basis of what we've seen today, that
57.
could be your fireworks game right there. That could be the 4th of July.
Yeah, it was the game of the day so far. That 170 finish and then that 106 by him.
131.
Yeah, we introduced the last two games of the match has
100.
been tight. 26 legs out of 28 played in the best opening 4 games. We have a real potential here of the 2 games being 4-0 victories.
Do you get the
123.
sense here that Robbie King is playing with disappointment? He
Absolutely.
topped the group Monday, topped the group Tuesday. He may end up finishing
85.
Group
Andy
C
O'Carr, 157.
bottom, which means he would have dropped out not only from top position to 4th, but it's just all been sort of going wrong for him, and you can just see that he's almost becoming a bit disconnected.
59.
Do you remember the guy who walked in this commentary box on Monday? He doesn't look the same person now. He's tasted the highs, but I think his reflection will be of just incredible disappointment. The amount of messages I was getting from his
Andy
Australian
O'Carr,
friends.
98.
It was no surprise for them. So he's a battler. That's Andy Hamilton. When you speak of a battler, doesn't need to go for it.
60.
Could have easily laid up for his favour. Double 16 there.
Did you see Robbie King in the background there just close his
99.
eyes the
Andy
second
O'Carr,
the treble
38.
20 went in? He's almost just expecting to be hit at every angle.
I find this strange. Now he's now going that way, but it's fancy when he wants this area of the board. Big dart.
Game shot on the third leg.
Big moment,
Andy
big
Hamilton.
player. And look at the reaction there. Just a real grit of a teeth. He knows the importance of that double 8. And once again, remember those words, legs difference. We could be talking
Fourth
about
leg,
that
Robbie
at
to
the
third
end
first.
of
Game
play
on.
today.
35. One hundred and forty.
Looking good, Matt, isn't he?
I think he's enjoying the challenge.
46.
Andy Hamilton's always been a player that loves the battle, but
Did you practice with him? I know you had the Kevin Painter battles in practice. Did Andy Hamilton, was he involved in your sessions? I know.
no, not really. He's someone I've obviously
68.
known and been around for a long period of time, but not someone who, like, I've spent much casual time on the board with.
Yeah, I love hearing the stories with Taylor,
81.
Andy Hamilton, Lewis, etc. Imagine practicing with Phil Taylor in his heyday. Andy Hamilton said it was just, he would treat the games like a world final. He would go 11, 11, 12. But it toughened you up, I guess.
57.
I was always a practicer on my own. I never really had a real practice partner. I found playing the Invisible Man better than practicing with somebody. And then you
100.
get players who get bored within 10 minutes of throwing on their own. Then you get players who get bored within 10 minutes of practicing with you.
And you get people who are bored being in 10 minutes of your company.
45.
We may be in the company of these two players for a little bit longer yet, though, because Robbie King might be extending this game. He's left
140.
the ice cream.
He's still thinking on 191. 9 darts wins the game because 99 is that tricky.
86. Robbie O'Carr, 99.
Potential shot still for the hammer. So treble 19 for King. He's going to get a dart or a double. It's double 16 this time.
67.
And his rhythm
Andy
is
O'Carr,
just so much better there.
105.
He had a 106 to win his last game. Look at treble 19. So treble 18 for 86. King will be back.
97. Robbie O'Carr, 32.
Keep himself swinging. Shuffles to the left to try and
Getting
find a
shot on
way
the fourth
around
leg.
and comes
Robbie
over the
King.
top. Earlier on in the week, that would have been a believable celebration for Robbie King. At the moment, I'm going to say it's a bit ironic.
Fifth leg, Andy,
See
to
Andy
the first.
Hamilton
Game on.
engaging, smiles after winning legs. He seems to have mellowed over the years, hasn't he? I don't know if that's to his detriment or he's just keeping those inner emotions because
21.
that's not how we wanted to start this leg. When did he say it? Glenn, think of a word for Andy Hamilton. Needs to play with as much adrenaline running through his body as possible.
96.
That's why we think we'd see the best of him tomorrow night if he was to get through. Having a bit of a crowd behind him, a bit of instant feedback, something to play off of and just feed off that energy.
140.
Yeah, there's been no 180s in this game, which usually means
100.
just look at the tattoos there. Have you ever thought of having a sleeve?
They have to pay
100.
extra, don't you, for sleeves?
You're so tight, even your skin won't graft.
126.
140 would be nice here for the hammer. I've seen some comebacks this week.
90.
This would be the most surprising one. There's only looked like one winner in this match. Robbie King 6 darts away from just being one behind.
99.
And that last dart makes it
Andy O'Carr,
very,
150.
very interesting. Options on 150. Looks like he's looking downstairs.
$90. Robbie O'Carr, 80.
Nice setup plate. A loose dart, a wayward dart. I don't know if that was for tops or treble 20. It was that wild,
40.
that big 5
Andy
and
O'Carr,
Andy
60.
Hamilton. You don't expect him to be wild here, but I do expect him to go low on the 20 bed.
That's just an incredible dart.
$50. Robbie O'Carr, 40.
Chances again.
Game shot on the
It's going to be
fifth
an
leg.
unlikely
Robbie King.
comeback. And once again, Andy's engaging there. I'm not so sure that is the right thing. I think it was head down. Get back to basics, Andy. This
Six
would
flag,
be
Robbie
a
to throw
tough
first.
pill
Game
to
on.
swallow if he loses this game.
If he was to lose this game to Robbie King, you'd feel it would be
82.
a big blow to his chances. Yes, he's still well and truly in the running. But Robbie King has only got 2 points on the board. That would essentially be like a handicap to Andy Hamilton in terms of the
121.
points table when you lose to that player at the bottom.
$140.
First sign of panic for Andy Hamilton. Now, he did not want to hear 140 there. You just feel it's business head on again. And that is the sign of a little bit of tension for me. All because of that sound of that 140. Now he's thinking,
115.
this is going to go 3 each. I had the game. I should be backstage. That's where you're fighting with your emotions right now. And Robbie King is just free rolling right now. He's
59.
probably treating it as a bit of a practice session, just getting used to the board still. He knows his time in Group C is over. Andy Hamilton is desperate for a couple of treble 19s here.
83. $25.
Relief for Hamilton. 6 starts from 182 for the match.
$140.
The deciding 3 darts, because that's an incredible setup from the hammer.
The whole exchange there, the 25,
130.
the
Andy
140
42.
punishment. 2 more match darts for Andy Hamilton. He's already missed a couple.
For his favourite double 16, no more messing about.
10. Robbie O'Carr 65.
There's a goalkeeper in that double 16. And Robbie King will be looking right at the centre of the board.
He thought that was in.
45. Andy O'Carr 32.
But 4 missed match starts so far for the hammer. Can he finally get the job done? Well, there was
No
no
score.
issue in his last match. He
Robbie
took out a
O'Carr,
106 to end a very good game with Justin Hood. In this one, he can't get it wrapped up. He's essentially had 7 darts at a double so far to win this match.
Game
He's
shot on
going
the
to have
sixth
to
flag.
start
Robbie
right
King.
from the beginning again. We go back to 501. Andy Hamilton is in a spot of bother here.
Yeah, I think it's more of a spot to bother because, like I said, it's all this
7 the final leg.
engagement,
Andy
this
is for
fist
first.
pumping.
Game on.
It's not where I associate with a hammer, but he has the darts. This would be a terrible loss for him if he doesn't get over the line in this game. A game he's been much the superior player.
58.
And all of a sudden now, if King found one of his trademark ton 40s, would he become favourite?
100.
Just signs of distress, Matt.
38.
There's panic signs, isn't there? Concerns. Just one big treble here for Robbie.
41.
Unable to find it, but some well-thrown darts. That's just unfortunate sometimes. Just the width of the wire can change it all. But you got to feel it's now or never really for the hammer. And he's going to choose now.
123. $56.
From 3-0 down, he's fought and carved his way back into this one. He's presented with the opportunity. Andy Hamilton not able to find a treble with the first 6 darts of this leg. But Robbie King
95.
unable to capitalise. And now has been forced into this situation where he needs to find at least 2 trebles.
100.
I think he's in big trouble once again. We've said that so many times in this game, though, Matt. That's my only concern. And that second dart.
27.
We talked about the ups and downs, the swings and roundabouts of this Group C. Well, this match has had absolutely everything. Never in the game was Robbie King.
100. Andy O'Carr,
Those
160.
3 darts there. Has he become favourite for this match? We've seen some spectacular finishes this week. This could be... He has to find a treble.
60.
It's advantage
Robbie
King.
O'Carr, 104.
Did I think I was going to say that in this match?
You start to question, can Andy Hamilton get over the line in this game? The finish isn't off yet. A treble 19 would have left him tops. Andy Hamilton,
74.
maybe one
Andy O'Carr,
last
100.
chance to get this one wrapped up.
And you're thinking this is for Group C survival, really, because it's the impact it's going to have on him as well. Andy Hamilton has
40.
made a real
Robbie
hash
O'Carr,
of this
30.
match. Totally and utterly in control. And Robbie King for the game.
What a let-off
No
for
score.
Andy Hamilton.
Andy O'Carr, 60.
That could have really dented his Group C campaigns. He's still got to get over the line. That's been the problem.
The only saving grace, it's a different double. It's tops this time.
Game
He
shot in
gets
the
there
match.
in
Andy
the
Hamilton.
end. Andy Hamilton wins a thriller 4-3. He'd be delighted to get through in the end in that game. And after the break, it will be Jared Cole against Justin Hood.
A very good afternoon and welcome to viewers joining us on Sporty Stuff TV for the continuation of the MODUS Super Series. We're heading into the final furlong as far as Group C is concerned, and we're already 6 fixtures down for the day. This is what we've seen so far this afternoon. We've seen a couple of victories for Jared Cole at the top end of the table. It's been a day full of drama, and before the break, Andy Hamilton made it 2 from 2 himself. 2 4-3 victories against Justin Hood and Robbie King, respectively. So this is what it does as far as the table is concerned. It was a tight table at the beginning of the day, and it's beginning to get even tighter. Cole at the top of the table at 8 points. Justin Hood and Andy Hamilton alongside Michael Huntley, all on 8 points. Alan Tabban on 6, Robbie King detached on 2 points respectively. It's the top 2 in the table right now that are going to go toe-to-toe in our 7th game of the day, the beginning of the 3rd round of fixtures, as Jared Cole takes on Justin Hood. And watching this one in the commentary box is a very good afternoon to Matthew Edgar and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you so much, Henry. What a topsy-turvy day we've had so far. Full of thrills and spills, ups and downs, swings and roundabouts. It's just been one of those groups this week, but this man has just kept his composure a little bit. I think he's just been a dart in front of everybody. Justin Hood has had real moments of brilliance and just real moments of unpredictability, but he's getting there. He's not 100% fit,
first.
and that has to be taken into consideration. Refereed by the brilliant Paul Hinks once again as we come to the conclusion of this thrilling Group C. We're still none the wiser of who's going to qualify, but I have a funny feeling if Jared Cole can get through this match, he will qualify. I'm joined by my co-commentator Matthew Edgar, and we've both had Seen every single dart thrown this week. And like I said, Matt, none the wiser
58.
who's going to qualify from this group.
Well, just when we think we've got the answers, they've changed the questions, and that's been the theme throughout this group. And
140.
in our Group B, that will be kicking off tonight from around about 10 p.m. Group A as well. That was just when John Henderson showed that touch of class and
129.
put the afterburners on. That's what we're waiting for right now. We're in that same position. This is when Hendo stepped up and was countered. Who is going to show us
80.
that little touch of class, that bit of quality, that back-to-back performance that is just going to separate them from the rest and book their place
100.
alongside John Henderson on Saturday night?
I think John Henderson will be licking his lips for his title assault on Saturday night, because
134.
I wasn't that impressed with the Group B campaign. Like, 5 fantastic players. I was really looking forward to last night. And this Group C has just been full of tension and anxiety. Just throwing every dart with the players as well. Nobody's
41.
ran away with it.
Daniel Carr,
We have got
102.
Robbie King, who's now detached from the rest. So for a while now, we've been seeing it's 2 from 5. And the big favourite to
62.
qualify is the man who's just set that up very nicely. And Justin Hood, who had a real moment earlier. A 170 finish followed by wiring.
95.
And I mean
Charlie
wiring
Leclerc,
a
40.
164 for victory. It was a fabulous moment. You can just see him holding his leg there. Maybe just beginning to show signs. He's been walking fairly freely.
Shot on the first leg, Jared Cole.
Jared Cole, for me, is the one who's just beginning to find his stride. And sometimes you're always looking for continuous improvement. And he started the week very, very
Second leg,
different
Justin Defoe
darts.
first, game on.
And then on Tuesday, he decided to take his glasses off. And I just think he's getting better and better. And with
137.
finals night tomorrow night, is he just beginning to peak at the right time?
You don't have to be the best player all week.
125.
You have to be the best player at the end of the week. That's what Jared Cole will be hoping to do. So £5,000 the weekly prize.
140.
The spot in Champions Week, which is coming up very quick. This is week 11. We've only got one more week of action to go. And then we are
48.
into Champions Week, where the big £20,000 prize will be dished out to somebody. Will Luke Littler will be the first
64.
man to defend the title.
£20,000 more than your career earnings, Matt.
58. Justin Carr, 160.
£1,000 more than you've spent in the last month.
I've seen the 170.
128.
Yeah, as you can see him just for the first time, Matt is just beginning to feel that leg area. Like I said, literally been on crutches for the past 3 weeks. He was meant to represent England. at the
121. Justin Carr,
British
52.
internationals, was unable to play. Yeah, that just lacked a little bit of conviction. Just sort of died at the end, which is making this
Yeah,
very
shot on the
difficult. He
second leg,
finds the
Justin
angle
Hood.
in the end. And we've got parity in this game. I've said that so much today. So tight. There's only been one real standout demolition job, and that was the man
Third leg,
about to
Jared
throw his
Littler
darts
first,
as he
game
beat
on.
Michael Huntley 4-0. All the other games have been 4-2, 4-3, and just nothing to
62.
separate the players.
Alan Tabern,
96.
Andy Hamilton coming up next. That's a blast from the past type of game, but both still very capable of throwing some
45.
impressive stuff. Alan Tabern, you feel that one is must win. Depending how that result and this one goes, it could be a situation if he loses, that'll be
81.
him out of the running as well, which I thought was the valued play in this group. He's not quite been at the same levels today.
96.
Cole, because this has been a very, very tight group, we've only got 2 players on a plus leg difference. They're the 2 players that are playing this match.
100.
that leg difference, that win, that 4-0 victory for Jared Cole against Michael Huntley could be a big telling factor.
140.
If the group continues to be tight, they will be separated by leg difference, then legs won. At the
98.
moment, that legs
That'll your car,
difference column,
158.
very healthy for Jared Cole.
Without being spectacular, Matt. I mean, we both know
58.
how good he is.
Just your car,
Like you
126.
said, there's no point producing your absolute best. I want to save that for Saturday night. But Justin Hood, let's not write him off, because he's got a dart at the bull for a breaker throw.
Game shot on the third
That's
leg.
how good he
Justin
is.
Hood.
Once again, no reaction. You don't often see an awful lot. And once again, there's that camaraderie that we've seen been so evident between the players. After every leg of dart, there's a real
Fourth leg, Justin to throw first.
friendship
Game on.
between them. I'm just thinking, is Justin Hunt thinking if he was fully fit, would
100.
have smashed this group? I wonder if that's sort of in his mind.
134.
Has been a group for the taking. Keep saying who's going to stand up, who's going to be counted, who's got that touch of class.
57.
I think it's points like this where you start looking at those player CVs. We picked out John Henderson as being the man with that touch of class. Do we now look at the likes of Andy Hamilton, who
140.
did just stumble over the line in our last game? He was 3-0 up against Robbie King. Go back to 3-3. Robbie King ended up having 3 darts at double 15 for the
100.
match.
$29. $100.
Yeah, he's just beginning to grimace a little bit. Not that Jared Cole can see. Again, just when you start predicting this Group C, Matt, I really fancied a real top-notch
43.
performance from Jared Cole in this
144.
one. And, you know, put 4 points between the player in second place and pretty much cement his place for Saturday night, because the rest seem to
90.
be beating each other.
That'll your car,
He's a bit of a
155.
spoiler, is Justin Hood. And he can put himself in a terrific position with a win in this, but this is unbelievable. That
Game shot
is
on
a
the fourth
finish
leg.
and a
Jared
half
Cole.
in super quick time. Not the way I expected it to go on the 155. Treble 19, treble 16 bull. Take a bow, young man.
Fifth leg, Jared to throw first. Game on.
They're adding up, aren't they, for Jared Cole? That is his 9th ton-plus checkout. And check out some of these.
49.
170, 3 times. 155, 146, 144. Give him 3 darts at a double, and I expect
60.
him to miss.
It's just the fact that Justin was on a double as well. We were just, you know, Justin's averaging just shy of 95 going into them 3 darts.
60.
You know, when you talk about finishes of the week, that gets my vote. I was looking at treble 20, treble 19, double 19 for 155. Treble 19,
140.
treble 16 to leave the bull. I was looking all over the place. I was trying to keep up with the cameraman.
$46.
And that's the other side of him. Since that 155, he scored 49, 60, 46. And I know his
77.
friends and family will be watching. They'll be saying, "Shut up, Glenn. I'm only doing it because I see real brilliance in this young man." And it's where I'm
96.
critiquing on areas I think he can get better. His inconsistency has baffled me at times. There can't be any coincidence, because it's now the 4th day continuous as well.
134.
But when I was his age, I was nowhere near the levels that he's doing. And I still achieved all my
28.
dreams, including beating Matthew Edgar 6-0 3 times.
$52.
I have to say, the week's finishing, like I said, the finish of the week. Could be the Jared Cole show, but we've had real moments of brilliance from an awful lot. And I thought Justin Hood was going to have that double 16 there.
98.
But he's
Just
still
in
a big
car
favourite
16.
because the most defining point here, this is for a breaker throw. He would be serving for the match. He can get this
Getting
double
shot on
eight
the
and he
fifth
hits
leg,
it with
Justin
real
Hood.
authority. He just takes a sharp and take a breath. No engagement. Doesn't look at Jared Cole. Deep in thought. Just double check him when he's allowed to go
Six
to
leg
the
Justin to
hockey.
throw first. Game on.
He has the darts. All you're thinking now is just give me a treble. He's got it. Next one's a bonus.
96.
Jared Cole
98.
in these positions seems to be able to play himself back into them. Can he do it one more time and give himself an opportunity of holding firm to that top position? If he was to win this one,
58.
the way this group is going, it'd be pretty much job done for Jared Cole.
I wonder if that was on his mind, but like I said, he's got his doubles and his scoring's
One out
gone
of
awry a little.
40.
That's what he needs. Whereas Justin Hood has hit so many scores of 100 in this match. We want to change them to 140s and 180s.
139.
But a 139 is not bad either. Important moments in this match.
57.
Trebleless. Now in the hands of the man in your picture. He would go on 10 points alongside Jared Cole. Something that we've highlighted earlier. Legs
39.
difference would be with Jared Cole, but that will be incredible disappointment. The score of 39 and the fact he doesn't even leave himself to finish. And that's the motivation that Cole needs.
98.
Presented the opportunity. These are the shots I don't worry about with Jared Cole. 108s, these sort of low ton combinations. He's been taking these out all week.
104.
You might
Jared
have to.
Cole 108.
Needs just the one treble. In a dart at the double. He won't. So Justin Hood returns for
52.
65
Justin
for the
Cole
match.
65.
And to keep Jared Cole in this group with the rest of the players.
He's got two darter tops. He bends the wire. He
Game
hasn't been
shot
at his
on the
brilliant
match.
best,
Justin
but
Hood.
by hook or by crook, Justin Hood gets through that game 4-2 and joins Jared Cole on 10 points. Once again, this group continues to deliver. It's still all to play for. Fantastic stats on both the players there. Look at the highs. Check out 155 from Jared Cole, 126 from Justin Hood. A thoroughly enjoyable game. It's a real legends match coming up next. It's Alan Tabban against Andy Hamilton.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
It's a case of legends-tastic as these two players come to the hockey. What a distinguished career both players have. Alan Tabban he'd be very disappointed with his campaign's gone today. A couple of really tight losses. I know my core commentator really fancied him to get through this group, and it's He has to be immaculate from now. He can't afford any more mistakes. They both want to be joining that area of 10 points. Well, Andy Hamilton will have that chance in this game alone, whereas Alan Tabber's just going to be too far detached if he loses this game. So getting to that stage is the middle of the Group C on day 2, where every game really, really counts.
First leg, Alan,
can Andy
first.
Hamilton reach 10 points?
Game on.
And join the other two, or can Alan Tabben just keep himself involved in this Group C?
$100.
You say legendtastic. This whole scenario you're watching here
99.
could have possibly been something we'd have seen on any of the world stages, the Alexandra Palace, the World Match Play, any of the big stages. Alan Tabben versus Andy
68.
Hamilton, called by Paul Hinks.
Yeah, 16 times they met on the big stages. That was the hammer that won 9 of them contests, but they haven't had a real contest until this week for a good 5 or 6 years.
64.
That's great to renew some old battles. I'm sure they have a few stories to tell. By the stories Matt Edgar's been
85.
saying, none of them about this man going to the bar.
Well, he's normally sat far away from it, chatting to Glenn Durrant.
$100.
Yeah, it was a big win for Andy Hamilton in his previous game. He was cruising against Robbie King 3-0. And in the end,
96.
Robbie King had a dart at double 15 to derail the charge of Andy Hamilton. He'll feel he got away with that one. And what that can do is help you relax coming into the next game. He won't want to make that mistake again. He probably sees this game as a real
81.
50-50 because
Alan
Alan
Carr,
Tabben did get the better of
152.
Andy yesterday. Just shy of 97 average as well. But he hasn't really demonstrated that today.
87.
So 80 left. Look at treble 16.
93. Alan Carr, 65.
Just seeing the 65 finish from Justin Hood, the importance of it. So 48 left. That's always a big target area. He doesn't mind tops or 16s. This time it's 16s. Literally going in the middle of the two numbers.
49.
But Matt, that's been
Andy
the
O'Connor,
tail
64.
and conclusion, really, of his day today so far. So near, yet so far.
Not just today, yesterday as well. He could have quite easily gone through the card, but missed opportunities and then was punished.
Getting shot on the first
That
leg. Andy
continues to be
Hamilton.
the story. We're just turning the page. It's the same words on every single page. Andy Hamilton moves himself temporarily
Second leg, Andy,
onto
the
10
first.
points.
Game on.
That really bunches up that top end of the table. Michael Huntley takes on Robbie King in our next game. If he was to win that, he would also be on 10 points. This could be one of the tightest Group C conclusions I have
100.
ever seen.
Do you know what? You could have to get my 10 fingers out, my 10 toes, your 11 fingers and 9 toes. As we work out all the permutations
60.
later.
$96.
Andy Hamilton just looks so comfortable, doesn't he? I think that's the... We used the word solid earlier as well.
114.
So in control. I think if you're modelling yourself on a player, Andy Hamilton could be the perfect guy because he keeps his emotions in check, but he does let out that aggression and that emotion, and he's the
85.
perfect player to symbolise controlled aggression.
Yeah, it's a different version, that's for sure. Like I say, he's
100.
looking really trim. And a big smile on his face, not something you'd always associate with Andy Hamilton on the hockey. But yeah, he's been good to watch. Don't think he's too far away from finding where he wants to be in his game.
56. $60. Under your car, 164.
Makes both players to be wearing shoes in this game. Any player over the age of 50. Treble 16.
124. Under your car, 141.
Just felt that had to go.
89.
Something that Matt
And your car,
alluded to
40.
there. We just feel that. And he's just beginning to get them concentration levels to see out.
$20.
Not to
Under
be.
your car, 52.
So this is what Taben's been doing to other people, missing those opportunities. He's got a chance to do a bit of retaliation.
20. Under
More
your
of the
car,
same,
20.
and you can see just by that gesture that he's getting very aware of the story that we're telling here, because he's probably telling himself the exact same one. Could be a nice lie, that one for Hamilton. He's ended up clattering into it, so uses the experience. Takes a step to the left to open up the
10.
bed, and that's more
Your
missed
car,
chances.
52.
6 darts for the hammer to confirm that breaker throw.
There was two players I thought
Game
wouldn't
shown
mess
on the
around with
second leg.
doubles
Alan
today.
Taben.
Will be the two guys. Andy Hamilton will be absolutely furious. Furious.
Third leg, Alan to through first. Game on.
The two players who will be cheering every time a dart goes in by Alan Taben is Justin Hood and Jared Cole. And we'll just give them a little bit of a buffer.
180.
And that's just typical. In a leg, you should win. You throw away, someone burgles it, and then opens up with a 180. Tough times now for Hamilton.
56.
Yes.
180.
Alan Taben is just one of those players who just has absolute flashes of brilliance. And you have to say, from absolute nowhere,
90. Alan your car, 141.
180. Still got the double 12. It's the closest I've been for a 9, Alan.
Durrant sat with his thumb down to the
98.
TV screens and monitors. Wants to see the 9 darter here at the Super Series. Only Conor Heenahan been able to deliver it so far in this venue.
90. Alan your car, 43.
Maybe we'll see one on Champions Week.
$23.
He was relieved to see Andy Hamilton is on 265 because as a dart player, when you miss that opportunity for 9 dart, it's hard to forget. And you just keep reliving and kind of have that 7th dart back.
23. Alan your car,
Luckily,
20.
Andy is all over the place here. And Tabs will just want to put this one to bed. For a holder throw.
10.
Again,
17 darts at a double map.
10 of them from Alan Taben. And he's going to get more due to the fact that he opened this with back-to-back 180s. Andy Hamilton says, what's going on there? Where's that one going? He's closer to the 18s.
121. Alan your car, 10. Game shot on the third leg. Alan Taben.
Taben just keeping his hopes alive because it is a must-win situation for Alan Taben now. If he loses this game, because of the permutations of
Fourth leg,
players
Andy to
playing
throw
each other,
first. Game on.
Alan Taben would be out and couldn't qualify. It's now a must win. And for Andy Hamilton, he went all over the place there. He seems to have found the zone again. What he's got to
99.
remind himself, it's just on throw still. Did not expect that much.
100.
I think we're getting to the point where I don't know what to expect at the moment from the players. I'm still waiting and expecting for one of the players to stand up and really take a hold of this group, but
85.
it looks like it's going to be one of those that's going to be one with grit and determination rather than that touch of quality like we saw with John Henderson when he put in that average of the
100.
week, the 111.33, just to separate himself from the rest of the field.
$46.
And Taban sprints to the hockey. He realises his opponent is really struggling, but you have to capitalise.
86.
You have to expect that your opponent will find their range again. 60 behind the hammer.
$171.
And he's found his range. That can just turn in the space of
59.
seconds.
Andy O'Carr, 100.
From a player fighting with himself. He's now 2 darts away for parity.
In these short format games, the whole match can turn quick. The whole group can turn so quickly. Race to 4 now.
32. Andy O'Carr,
Nothing
156.
to players who play at this sort of international standard. Another one of those for double 18.
Game
In a
shot on the fourth
must-win
flag.
game,
Alan Taban.
Alan Taban digs out the big stuff when he needs it the most. He adds that to 4 ton-plus finishes he has took so far, including the biggest of
Fifth flag,
them
Alan
all, the
did first.
170.
Game on.
Alan Taban, when he needs to hit, when his back's against the ropes, he has come out swinging.
60.
It's crazy, isn't it? He's gone from being in a position where we was talking about him being eliminated to now being in 3rd place and just 2 points off the qualifying positions. The top
66.
2 will qualify, currently held by Jared Cole and Justin Hood, but expect that's going to flip-flop quite a lot over the next hour or so.
140.
He's sprinting to the line. Is Alan Taban right now? And not an awful lot Andy Hamill can do about it. His game has deserted him. But he just had a moment of reflection there. He was just looking to his side. That's exactly what he needed. That's the kind of response he needed. Because Alan Taban was beginning to run away with this.
60.
And this time it's Andy Hamilton sprinting to the hockey. That arm looks less tense now. You get to a stage where you're just resigned to losing the game, and all
100.
of a sudden your body doesn't feel as nervous. That tension and anxiety that you had is gone. But you're up against a player who never looks like he's up against anything. You stand behind him.
131.
Everything, I believe, is so wrong about that throw, but you know they go in.
Big slip with the first dart. Recovers it well. Recovers it very well. He was just starting to fear the worst there for Andy Hamilton, thinking that Taban's going to have a lot of breathing room to wrap this one up.
64. Andy O'Carr, 74.
Big moments in this match for both players. Can Andy Hamilton stay in this game? He's going to get a dart at tops. Alan Taban can't even look.
34.
Just
Andy
bends
O'Carr,
the wire.
46.
Chance for Taban. It was a must-win game. Well, he's given himself an opportunity of 2 darts at double 18 to remain in this competition, and he does it with real authority. He apologises there to Andy Hamilton. Absolutely no reason. Again, it's another great game, but the frustration will be Andy Hamilton. In the early stages of that game, he was looking really, really good, but it's back to the drawing board for Hamilton. For Taban, is he finally up and running? Plenty more to go in this Group C campaign. And next up, it's a bottom of the table clash now. Didn't expect to say that. It's Robbie King against Michael Huntley.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And the story continues. It's so tight right across the board. It's still 2 from 5 that potentially can qualify into Saturday night's final. And the guy in your picture seems like an eternity since we last saw him. It was a disappointing result for him when he was hammered by Jared Cole 4-0.
Looks like Robbie did through first.
To get back and really plan his assault. He's up against Robbie King, and Mike Huntley was a real nemesis to Robbie. Robbie was flying in Group A, and he was well top. And he played Michael Huntley, who was still searching for his first win in the middle of day 2. And that's when Michael Huntley sort of derailed Robbie King, and has had the better of him since then. So Mike will feel really good in this match. I still feel Robbie King will feel like he can beat Michael. And Michael will be feeling the fact that he can join that 10-point brigade with victory here.
Michael Huntley has won 4 of his 8.
45.
Well, this is his 8th match, so 4 of his 7 so far. Been defeated 3 times. He's in the running still to qualify for this. Only 2 points off of those qualification places. Robbie King has lost 6 matches. Bottom of the table on 2 points. Minus 8 legs. But enters this game as the bookies' favourite.
58. Robbie O'Carr 170.
Even the head-to-head stats haven't really been in the favour for Robbie King.
All for Michael Huntley. That's why we both were aghast when we looked at the odds in this game. But I think 60. That 4-0 victory in the 70. Manner that Michael Huntley lost that game with Jared Cole. He looked tense. He looked nervous. Robbie King's got nothing to play for right now apart from his own 54. High standards, his professionalism, and just getting that experience and wins on the board on this stage.
60.
And once again, Michael Huntley hasn't come out the traps, which just hasn't always been the case this week. His first legs have been really, really positive. Robbie King has hit a wall. He has thrown there from a good... That is a good 10-foot.
No score.
My favourite dart of all time was the Phil Taylor dart.
I believe Dean Stanley did one as well at the World Match Play against Gary Anderson.
Game shot on the first leg, Robbie King.
5 missed darts at a double there for Robbie King, but on his 6th attempt, he leads this match 1-0, and plenty of food for thought for Michael Huntley because, as I stated, he lost his previous game 4-0, so all of a sudden, that's 5 straight legs on the spin he's lost. And it's not at the right time.
123.
But he's demonstrated fighting qualities this week. His head could have easily gone down after a nightmare campaign in Group A.
28.
But he's remained chipper throughout.
$60. $100. $140. $95.
This has been the problem for Robbie King, that little bit of consistency.
36. $100. Mike Ricard, 142.
Chance to get back in treble 10.
90.
Like I say, he's demonstrating those fighting qualities again.
$54. Mike Ricard, 52.
Been real up and down, but usually that's a bit wild. I was about to say usually
44.
when he needs a dart or a double, that's really saved his bacon. Not this time. And Robbie King, just the one treble on 124. It's going to have to be treble 18.
56. Mike Ricard, 8.
For 1-1. He's just beginning to stall. Something has to happen for Michael Huntley, and it could be Madhouse. He
Game
needed
shot on the
that.
second
He
leg.
needed something.
Mike Huntley.
He's been really struggling the past game and a little bit there. Can he use that as a real momentum switch? He must realise he's in with a big
Third leg,
chance
Robert
of
did third first.
qualification.
Game on.
Something I probably didn't expect to be saying about him, as he was losing game after game in Group A. I just think he
135.
needs to find a real zone right now. It's okay, all this hand slapping and fist pumping, etc. I would like to find him, get into that zone where the only thing he can see
100.
is that treble 20 bed.
It does feel like we're talking about a player here who is assessing his performance,
60.
not his results. Results-wise, he's in this. He can qualify.
Yeah, it's maybe sometimes just a little bit of belief. Robbie King is,
140.
who knows where his mind is right now. It'll be incredible. He's come a long way for this unbelievable unbelievable opportunity.
96.
So he's there for the taking. And like I said, just something about when you reach that 10 points as well.
100.
He's going to join their players at the top of the table. Maybe it's just a
140. Mike Ricard,
real
161.
fight to the death. I think he thought that first dart was in with that
43.
reaction there.
Robbie Ricard, 70.
Which Robbie King are we going to see? Going to get a dart or a double.
54.
Yeah, they
Mike
were going
Ricard,
in at the beginning of the week.
118.
Maybe just a little bit of belief now. And this will be a huge turning point. He's going to get a dart at tops. Big moments. Oh,
Game shot
what
on the
a
third
finish.
leg. Mike
Fair
Huntley.
play to Michael Huntley. He has been through the ringer this week, but he continues to impress. When you begin to doubt him, he's been second best in this match so far.
Ball
But he
played Mike
leads
to throw
2-1
first. Game
because
on.
of his fight, his desire. And when he wants a double, boy, has he been good this week.
We said expect to see the table move around.
80.
We were talking about Michael Huntley potentially getting knocked out of contention here. Now he's gone in front. The live table, he's now joint top,
140.
only separated by legs difference.
Final game of the day, Justin Hood versus Michael Huntley.
40.
That's what you start doing. You start looking real potential matchups. There's still more things that will happen. Don't worry about that.
100.
That third position has, I think, changed about 4 times in the last 2 matches.
135.
Yeah, what's remained the same is just Jared Cole sat at the top because something that we mentioned very early yesterday, legs difference.
45.
Even if people catch up Jared Cole on them points, he is so far ahead on that legs difference there. It could play a big, big part. That +9 that he has
138.
compared to Michael Huntley on -3. That could be the big difference.
Your next game is Alan Tabern taking on Jared Cole. If Alan
100.
Tabern wins that, we'll have
Michael
4
Carr,
players on 10
108.
points. Then Andy Hamilton takes on Michael Huntley. We'll have 5.
Oh, this
Getting
is just
shot
a
on the fourth leg,
masterclass
Michael
of finish
Huntley.
of Michael Huntley. When the chips have down, you have been there to be counted. And Robbie King, just a man of utter dejection. To even get to a stage now where he's
Fifth
like,
leg,
get
Robbie
me
to
off this
first.
stage.
Game on.
This has just gone so badly, badly wrong. Just the 2 points, and what that means is it just means it bunches up the other 5 players. What an
78.
exciting finale we're going to have. What an unbelievable conclusion. Which 2 players are going to be there Saturday night? We are still none the wiser.
140.
Great fighting spirit here from Michael Huntley. He was getting absolutely pummeled on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday with 0
100.
resistance whatsoever. But he's showing the qualities that see him in the 2nd position on those senior rankings
95.
as he's moving towards his performance of the group. Possibly even the performance of the week so far. We talked about John Henderson
119.
standing up and putting in his biggest performance when he needed. Michael Huntley is now starting to follow that trend.
99.
Is he beginning to enjoy this challenge? He sort of stepped up his pace a little bit. I just feel Robbie's like a wounded animal. He's just throwing
140.
darts.
Michael
He's in
Carr,
practice
167.
mode right now. There's not a bit of tension in the body.
.41. Robbie Carr, 64.
Robbie's looking good for this leg now.
.48. Michael Carr, 126.
All about the 19s. Bull for the match.
.86. Robbie Carr, 16.
I was about to say I've got 0 confidence, which
Getting
usually
shot on
means
the
the
fifth
last
leg,
dart will
Robbie
go
King.
in there for Robbie King. I think I talked that one in for the Aussie there. Again, there's the obligatory fist pump. Biggest leg of the week for Michael
6
Huntley.
leg Mike to
It's his
throw
darts.
first. Game on.
This is his opportunity. And be telling himself, just give me a 15 darter. He's beginning to stay straight. Can he find the
60.
treble 20? Well thrown darts, no reward.
How do you feel about all that fist bumping after every leg?
Not for me. I would
81.
be doing it just in hood. I'll be looking away from the opponents. Unless I was beating you 3-0, I'd look you in the eyes. Well, it was usually 6-0 I beat you, but...
Well, at least I know I'm not going to
55.
be looked in the eyes by Glenn Durrant anytime soon then.
You won't be saying that when I win the World Seniors
100.
match play in September.
No one will be saying anything. Certainly about that anyway.
92.
How many 180s did it hit in the house last night?
One.
60.
Michael Huntley would give anything for a 180 right now. Timing. Timing in darts.
123.
He thought that was in, so did I. Now just get back and do your same process. I was so impressed with Patrick Van den Bohaarde this week. the whole
81.
process before throwing a dart. Composure needed from Michael Huntley here. It's in his hands. 111 left. So treble 17.
89.
Like I said, keep it as simple as possible. Keep your breathing right. The excitement in his body now. But this guy's going nowhere, you feel.
139. Michael Carr, 82.
You look at bullseye first dart. What a dart. It's double 9.
73.
He said his doubles have been so good,
40.
he nearly won the match on 3 doubles. This is a chance for Robbie King to break the throat. Just ruin the Michael Huntley
Game
party.
shot on the 6th flag,
Again,
Robbie King.
last start in hand. They hurt so much more. Just when you think you're about to get an opportunity, it gets taken away from you.
From third, when that
7
dart
the
went in the
final leg,
double,
Robbie to through first.
in the
Game
in-play
on.
table, Michael Huntley went from 3rd place to 5th place. I can hear the oohs and the ahs in the players area with
82.
every dart that's going in. It's Michael Huntley throwing it all away.
60.
Robbie King now becomes a big favourite. We questioned the odds before the game. They made this man a favourite,
70.
even though he sat bottom of the table. He's got a poor record against Michael Huntley. Michael Huntley started to dominate with some sensational finishes in
85.
that game, with a highlight being that 118. But he had 2 darts at double 16. He trickled into the double 7 before missing
80.
double 9. And before he knows it, he's just shy of 100 behind it. This is difficult moments of Michael Huntley. He has to believe in his technique
60.
and belief right now. And all of a sudden, it's letting him down.
Go back to Group A. Michael Huntley beat Robbie King. And that was
99.
the slide. That was the points that Robbie King couldn't afford to lose that cost him that position. Is Robbie King about to return the favour to Michael Huntley?
100.
Because Michael
Robbie Carr,
Huntley's in a position
170.
here he has to win to keep himself in tabs with those top 2. These are 2 people that could have just destroyed each
105.
other's weeks.
Yeah, great shout, Matt. It's all in the hands of the Aussie. Is he going to put pay to the challenge of Michael Huntley? The shoulders are sagging again.
40.
It'll
Robbie
be a
Carr,
big
65.
ask from there. Robbie King just has to stay. He went for the treble 11, so he'll take his time. 41 left.
33. Michael Carr, 156.
Just can't do it. It's out of his hands now.
100. Robbie Carr, 32.
For a 4-3 victory. It was tight throughout. But the Aussie has chances. Once again, he's just messing about with doubles.
No score. Michael Carr,
Unbelievable.
56.
Incredible. Michael Huntley, it's your birthday.
The exact same thing happened in the last game when Robbie King played Andy Hamilton. He was 3-0 down in that, brought it back, missed match darts, and
Game
lost.
shot on the match,
and
Michael
history has
Huntley.
repeated itself again. Robbie King was 3-1 down in that game, brought it back to a level match, missed opportunities, but Michael Huntley is still in the chase. He moves on to 10 points after a 4-3 success over Robbie King. Coming up next, Alan Tabban takes on Jared Cole.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the drama continues underneath the church in Portsmouth. We are 9 games down. This is what we have seen this afternoon as the twists and turns continue. Before the break, Michael Huntley kept himself in the race with a 4-3 victory against Robbie King. Now, this is how the land lies as far as the table is concerned, because only Robbie King is out of the equation and nobody is through as of yet. 3 players on 10, 2 players on 8. This is one of the closest runs to the line that we have seen here at the Super Series. Right, let's get the next round underway. It's the beginning of round 9 of 10. Sees Jared Cole in action up against Alan Tabern. And watching this one, Glenn is alongside Matt.
Just 2 more rounds of fixtures to go. 4 possible points available. 5 players in the run-in, playing for just 2 places, looking to join John Henderson in Saturday night, and the 3 people that will qualify from this evening's Group B action starting at 10 o'clock. However, we're going to take our eye over Alan Tabern, Jared Cole, 2 players that are well and truly in the running for this. Jared Cole starting top of the table. He has a healthy leg difference. How much of a factor will that be?
140.
At the end of the group, when the points get tight, the legs become a bonus point. It is the first deciding factor. Alan Tabern, in that last match that he played when he took on Andy Hamilton,
60.
It was a must-win or he was eliminated. He looked back against the ropes, took out a inspired 156 finish.
125.
He was on the 9 darter when he really needed to produce. He found a way to beat the hammer.
57.
And he started this one the exact same way in which he left that game with Andy Hamilton. A good, strong opening for Tabern. An opening
83.
that can really play him into the qualification positions. Win here, and we'll have 4 players.
123. Alan, your car, 153.
We could have 5 players tied on 10 by the end of this round.
93.
Yeah, what a ridiculous scenario that is, isn't it?
$119. Alan, your car, 60. Getting shot on the first leg. Alan Tabern.
It was a big win for Alan Tabern against Andy Hamilton. He needed something. There was talk in the commentary box. He has to be immaculate from now, we were saying. If he lost to Andy Hamilton, that was his campaign over and done with. It was as if he heard us in the comms box and just a light was switched on because he then steamrolled Andy Hamilton after that. And this is a tough game against Jared Cole. It's Tabern who's looking good right now.
100.
We only have 2 more rounds of fixtures to go, and I think at the end of this round, I don't think we're going to be any the wiser. I think we're going to literally play down
58.
to the last match here before we know which 2 players will be joining John Henderson.
It's just one of them groups, isn't it, where someone's been detached early, and then it just bunches up the other one, and just no one wants to really take the lead. This man's got everything in his hands due to the fact he's on 10 points and got a fantastic
45.
legs difference, but a big loss here to Alan Tabern, and all his hard work is done.
Jared is a watcher, though, as well. I've been in this competition before with Jared Cole, and
100.
he knows every little part of the Super Series. He'll help the players with it. He'll tell them what they need. Oh, you need to win this by this score, or they need to do... He knows the whole setup. And he becomes sort of the voice of the rule book, because some people just don't know the differences. Just darts, board, throw, am I through?
Consistency at its best for Alan Tabern. A beautiful 15 darter first leg. It's always my favourite leg of darts.
128.
Ton,
101.
101 finish.
The 5-ton leg. Very rarely seen, though,
49.
in darts. You'd think it'd be done quite a lot
Your
more.
car, 152.
Whether Jared needs a
63.
100-plus finish.
On your car, 52.
Just never know. 2 darter tops for Taban.
32.
Just
Data
the
your car,
first sign
89.
of weakness, and you don't often see an awful lot of emotion from Alan Taban, which tells me he knows the situation. He knew he had everything in his hands. He's not looking here. This is all about the Paul Hinks shout.
79.
And now he'll be
On your car,
absolutely
20.
delighted to look up to think he's got a second chance. He's good around this double 10. Just doesn't want to be too aggressive because you don't want to go to the double 5. So there's his marker. Was he too safe? The angle of this dart going and made it
Game
very
shot on the
tricky.
second leg. Alan
The dart
Taban.
of the day so far for Alan Taban. That makes a big, big difference in this match for many reasons. A 2-0 lead rather than 1-1. A breaker throw and
Third
the
leg Alan to throw first.
opportunity to
Game
go
on.
3-0 up. It's in the hands of the man from Lancashire.
Lovely first dart as well.
140.
Jared yet
61.
to start in this one, and this is not the time of day to come off the boil. I was speaking about how the leg difference could be such a big factor. He's in trouble here of having that
140.
big, strong leg difference that he had. Completely wiped out here by Alan Taban.
You know that scenario we said of everyone going on 10 points.
140.
Alan Taban is doing his job so far, but let's look at the scenario if Justin Hood beats Robbie King next. We
105.
said the bookies got it totally wrong by making him favourite. Are the bookies ever wrong?
Even when you think they're wrong, they end up being right.
60. On your car, 116.
His scoring has deserted him right now. He'll stay there in a sense that even a big 20 is not the
60.
biggest problem in the world. It leaves him that 2 down. Any dart player of quality will feel that they should be finishing on 56. 8 times out of
95.
10.
On your car, 56.
His love of tops, he will need to come to the fore right now.
16. Jared your car, 145.
Big finish time for Jared Cole. We haven't seen one for 5 minutes.
I think any finish is classed as a big
133.
finish at the
Alio Carr,
moment when the
40.
importance and the context that goes around the finish, even this tops, is a big finish. So
Getting
he
shot on the
loves it
third
down
leg.
there
Alan
on that double
Taban.
10 and it bails him out again. Alan Taban is completely mixing up this table. One more leg. Jared Cole was to lose this one.
Fourth leg,
Taban
Jared
would
to throw
gain
first. Game on.
an extra leg. Cole would lose it, and that leg difference that I started saying about at the start of this match has been so important will be absolutely eradicated.
140.
If buts and maybe, but yeah, if Alan Taban wins this leg, he goes on +5. Jared Cole goes on +5. Oh dear. You stay and watch with us, everybody. If you can pick a winner,
140.
you're a better man than I am.
Fair play though, Jared Cole. It's not been happening for him in this game. And then back to back
97.
140s to try and resist that exact scenario. And look at this from Jared Cole.
180.
His last 12 scores, 133, 140, 140, 180. Even the importance of winning a leg
60.
right now could
Jared
be
Carr, 41.
absolutely massive. An 11 darter.
Game shot on the
absolute
fourth leg.
nowhere.
Jared Cole.
That from the sublime to the ridiculous. And I think that's about the 5th time I've said that in relation to Jared Cole this week. But that is exactly what the
Fifth
situation
leg,
has
Alan
been
to
all
throw
about.
first. Game on.
It puts him on +7 on the legs difference now. That's what we are talking about.
59.
We are looking at legs difference. We're not just looking at points scored now. Will we be looking back on the importance of that 11 darter?
77. $125.
Have you seen a group as tight as this before, Matt?
Never.
140.
Not even close to it. Not a Group C anyway. I remember a
85.
Group B where everyone nearly ended up on the same points.
140.
Virtually written Jared Cole off for this one. We were writing our own story. But this is massive. The word experience is just coming through my mind right now. Anybody could have panicked in that situation. Jared Cole, every time you want a big finish.
132.
I was about to say, add
52.
that one to the collection. Huge moments. It's 2 darted tops.
32. Jared 12.
There's that story we've seen, though. Alan Tabman gets himself into an opportunity where he can win this match.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Jared Cole.
Extended. That is a breaker throw from Jared Cole. The 180 gave him the opportunity. Wasn't able to convert. Will he get more chances?
6th leg. Jared
Cole,
to throw first. Game on.
wasn't too long ago I was saying he's not in this, and he's rose his average to the 97 mark. Is he going to do what Mike Gillett did last night?
Well, he has it in the locker. When it was needed most, boy, has he produced. He even gets to a stage where you're talking even a 4-2 loss, a 4-3 loss. Not the end of the world for Jared Cole. He'll want to make a fantastic comeback and win this game. And there's the ridiculous side of that statement that I've made a few times this week about him.
And it just gives the throw away. That advantage of throw completely handed to Alan Tabman. There's ridiculous because he nearly followed that with a 180.
He's just so versatile in everything that he does, but just so inconsistent at the same time.
80.
Wonderful match practice that these guys are getting. You can really analyse your own game and where your strengths and weaknesses rather than just punishing the board and practice every night. And I could definitely write a report on what I believe for Jared Cole. But the positives outweigh the negatives, that's for sure.
100. Jared 121.
Big moments again. How many times are we going to say that? This is just staggering.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Jared Cole.
Staggering. Delightful, beautiful. When it comes to finishes, they're the types of words we're going to be using for Jared Cole this week. They just continue to reel the numbers off, and all of a sudden, we saw something really spectacular 59. Last night. Gary Stone was leading 3-0 against Mike Gillett, and he just went from 5th gear to total afterburner. We are seeing something very similar to Jared Cole. This time, this could shoot him straight to the finals on Saturday night. He's putting himself in a wonderful position one more time.
Rewind your mind back just 3 minutes or so. Alan Tabman had 2 match darts. The longer you keep your opponent alive for, the more danger you've got of them finding that range.
100.
Jared Cole has gone from averaging in the 70s to nearly in the hundreds. And he's in firm control of this one now.
80.
A position that if you can convert will see him the first player onto 12 points. And you've got to say, in a very, very strong position to take one of the 2 places.
140. 81. Jared 121. 81.
Well, this has been the comeback of all comebacks. The moment Jared Cole stood up and was counted.
40.
Is this the end of Alan Tabman? It's been an unbelievable game. And
Green shot on the mark,
that is
Jared Cole.
absolute quality, Jared Cole. The moment for you. That is the drive moment for Alan Tabard. Unfortunately, it's goodbye in his Group C campaign. He's had his ups and downs, but he was up against someone in real majestic form. And we've been waiting for that game. 99.30. Fantastic on the outer ring. Once again, sublime on the high checkouts. That was absolutely magnificent. Follow that, Justin Hood and Robbie King. They're up next after this short break.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series in Portsmouth at the Live Lounge. And we are just getting our breath back after a scintillating comeback there from Jared Cole against the also unlucky Alan Tabard, who we say goodbye to in this Group C campaign. But all the credit must go to Jared Cole. 3-0 down and 2 match darts for Alan Tabard. He couldn't put them away. And then Jared Cole just went into total and utter control. It was a beautiful performance, which puts him in a magnificent position for qualification. Justin Hood can put himself in a fantastic position with victory over the hapless Robbie King.
Been a bit of a market move in this game. Justin Hood this morning was available at odds around 1-2, and on the basis of what we've seen so far from both players, the punters have decided that that was a little bit too short. Justin Hood has moved out to 2-7 to win this game. That has nearly halved in price. That is on the basis of the fact we've not seen Robbie King yet to win a game today, but the concern and the potential
First leg, Justin did through first.
upset we could see
Game
there
on.
is the fact we've seen Robbie King have match darts in his last 2 fixtures. It's not like he's losing without opportunity.
133.
There's 2 ways you can look at it for Justin Hood. He'll be really determined to get through this game because it gets him to those 12 points. But all of a sudden you can tighten
140.
up when you get into a position of success, where you think Robbie King now is just playing for his own motivation. He can't
58.
be involved, but he plays that role, as we highlight, as the spoiler. Just which Robbie King are we going to get? I'm as confused as ever.
93. $26.
I wonder if Robbie King is also equally as confused. Because he came here with the idea of winning the week, and
121.
2 days in, it was looking like one of the predictions, one of the big outsiders, was going to cash in.
100.
Top of the
Robbie Carr,
table
147.
after day 1, top of the table after day 2. But then in terms of performance, bottom of the table Wednesday, bottom of the table Thursday. He's staying there today.
95. 100. Robbie Carr, 52.
Sloppy dart from Robbie King. Means he'll only get the one dart at the double.
24. Justin Hooker, 84.
The chance for Justin Hood to hang on to his throw. A fantastic first dart.
Getting shot on the first
What
leg.
a great
Justin
finish
Hood.
there from Justin Hood. He sort of stumbled his way down to the line, was presented with the opportunity. And you don't give this man too many opportunities because he is
Second leg,
mopping
Robbie
them
for the
up.
first game on.
And a win here for Justin Hood would see him go on to 12 points as well. And then we're really starting to
60.
take shape here and get a good indication on which two players are going to be taking those top spots.
44.
Here's a neutral Matt. I've really enjoyed this Group C. I think it's the first time in
125.
a long time that one player hasn't really stood up to be counted, but you've got to look at moments in this Group C, and then 4 legs on the spin there from Jared Cole was the highlight.
100.
Fantastic. And the way he did it as well, it wasn't just like he was stealing legs and it got a bit scrappy. He played those phenomenal
45.
darts that we've been talking about, where we want someone to stand up and be accounted for. He stood up tall.
93. $34.
Come on, Matt. You're the experience you've been up there. You're Robbie King. How do you assess the week?
I think he'd be disappointed. He genuinely believed he was going to win this week.
78.
And I think the expectation he had versus the reality of what's happened are so far apart that the only bit in that chasm
60.
is disappointment.
Can I take you back to Wednesday? He needs 2 legs. He's really suffering with his arm. He needs 2 legs against Patrick van den Boogaarden, and he's really, really struggling hitting the board.
59.
Was beaten 4-0. Patrick van den Boogaarden then goes into Group B. That would have given Robbie more time to rest that arm, play on the night, the 3 from 5 scenario. And look at Patrick van
45.
den
Justin Hooker,
Boogaarden overnight.
127.
Yeah, that could be the big moment. That and the defeats to Michael Huntley, who at the time wasn't getting hardly anything
59.
going
Robbie
for him in
Hooker,
Group A. He was averaging in the
132.
60s a lot of the time. A couple of really key moments. But he's on for one of the favourite finishes on the boards.
116.
I love watching
Justin
that
Hooker,
finish,
68.
the ball double 16.
Justin's going to get a dart or a double.
52. Robbie Hooker, 16.
I think we've yet to see the best from Justin Hood, and that's the quality of the man who's still sat joint top at the moment.
Getting shot on the second leg.
1-1.
Robbie King.
Where have you been, he says.
Third leg, Justin to throw first. Game on. $140.
Going with throw at the moment.
85.
And there's that one wide dart there from Robbie. Like I said, for Justin Hood. I just feel if he can just nip into his top gear. Just exactly today.
117.
Jared Cole, he could be joining Jared Cole here on Saturday night. Michael Huntley and Andy Hamilton will have something to say about it, and they play
85.
next. That is another massive game, but this man in your pitcher has to do his part of the job first. There's flashes of brilliance from
140.
him. He's definitely the better player in this match, and he just has to stay really focused about that.
41. Justin Hooker, 104.
Yeah, it was a tricky angle there, but not the end of the world when he looks over and sees his
72.
opponent on 290.
$41, Justin McCall 32.
For a 2-1 lead. Again, just not pushing the dart through
Getting
there,
shot on
but
the
that's a
third leg,
lovely
Justin Hood.
response. Just use that first dart, a bit like a hurdle in a horse race, and just lobbed it over that. And he's leading 2-1. It's going with throw now for Justin Hood. If you're thinking now's the time to break, now's the time to make my move. If I can just get a bit more time, I'll be ready on Saturday night. Feeling absolutely great. He's still got a lot to say for in this competition. He was still very confident when we spoke to him yesterday. Forget the injury, Glenn. Forget the fact I've been on crutches. Forget the fact I haven't been practicing that much. I will still
100.
win this on Saturday night.
$46.
Beginning to find that treble 20 bed.
140.
That score of 140 being music to his ears.
$100.
His partnership with the ADC, Oceanic, has been a big success. Malcolm and Jeremy Fagg. And of course, Raymond Smith, who's absolutely brilliant as well. Lots
91.
more to come in the future. The ADC Europe have been phenomenal again. Wesley Plaza, Patrick van der Bohade this week have been an absolute credit to themselves. But you're just beginning to sense Champions
74.
Week.
Justin McCall 170.
Even the talk within the team, and we're just getting ready for the 12 best players of this series. And everybody this week and next week wants to join that list.
158.
Robbie King, 158 for 2-2. He'll stay there for double 19. We have been spoiled with
139.
finishes
Justin
this
McCall,
week. And I
70.
thought that was another one to add to the list, but this is important. This is Justin Hood's moment. He'll stay on the 18. He's going to get a dart at tops.
Game shot on the
What
fourth
a
leg,
dart it
Justin
is.
Hood.
And that is the sign of the quality for Justin Hood. Knowing him and seeing him and watching him the past couple of years, I think he's only on 80% this week. Yet he's still
Like Justin to throw
a leg
first.
away
Game on.
from joining Jared Cole on 12 points. I think that shows the calibre of the man.
93.
And it'll look like the two people at the top of the table will be all but there.
He seems to be holding his stomach muscle as well.
140.
It was his leg, unless it's just the top part of his leg, but it's probably in a little bit of discomfort again, but doesn't seem to be diminishing his darts, Matt.
98.
Playing some lovely stuff. I think that's just how he sort of carries himself around rather than it be maybe something that's causing him some discomfort.
41.
Just seemed quite intrinsic, doesn't he? He just feels more comfortable, a bit more closed in with the body language rather than being big and open and expressive.
180.
We were looking at a graph for Justin Hood this week. I can
100.
show you it's on the
Justin
ascendancy
McCall,
right now. It's on
130.
the up. Will he have a part to play on Saturday night? Well, he's doing everything right at this moment. Doesn't need to be too aggressive. And I like that play. The execution
90.
is absolutely superb. Great darts, Justin Hood. Excellent board management.
98. Justin McCall 40.
For a 4-1 victory. Justin Hood has two more darts at tops. And Justin Hood joins
Game shot
Jared
in the
Cole
match.
at the top
Justin
of the
Hood.
table on 12 points. It's a case of job well done for Justin Hood. The wars continue for Robbie King. Super solid, 91.06 on the average, 50% on the checkout rate. Absolutely perfect job for Justin Hood. Andy Hamilton, Michael Huntley. This is now a big, big game. They're up next.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
And it's a welcome back here to Portsmouth for the MODUS Super Series, which coming to the real conclusion of this fascinating Group C. It's so type of Jared Cole and Justin Hood are just beginning to show signs that they're the two guys that are going to go for qualification, but this man in your picture has something to say about that. It's a huge game for Michael Huntley. If he can join them guys on 12 points, it makes that game with Justin Hood as the final game of the day so mightily important. For Andy Hamilton, you just feel it's a day of what could have been. He knows he can still finish on 12 points. Will that be enough with his leg difference? It's just a case of him getting up there and doing the very best. For me, it's all about this guy in your
First
picture
leg
right
Andy
now.
to through first.
How relaxed can he be? Because at his
Game
best,
on.
it's when he's relaxed. But when he tightens up, it's really difficult. So the show of Jared Cole and Justin Hood will be the biggest Andy Hamilton fans over the next 10-15 minutes.
'83.
Yeah, Andy Hamilton needs some sort of miracle, really, looking at the numbers here.
85.
All he can do is go up and win his next two games 4-0 and still potentially relying on others as well. He'd be disappointed. At times he's looked the best player in this group. At times he's just floundered right at the end, and a couple of tight defeats
84.
really come back and hurt him as well. For Michael Huntley, it's the biggest ups and downs I think I've seen in MODUS Super Series. He
100.
was down and out. Only one win after 2.5 days here in Group A. But every single day I left the venue, he said he knows that he's playing for Group C. He's playing to play himself into form
98.
for Group C, and he's been an absolute credit to himself. His finishing has been absolutely fantastic, and a 1-1-8 finish in the last match when he was really up against
96.
it was very, very impressive. And for the Hammer, he's always a tough nut to crack. They'd be given absolutely nothing away. Just for the first signs,
100.
it's looking very, very good for Jared Cole and Justin Hood.
92. Andy O'Carr, 136.
Really impressed with the reaction of Michael Huntley. And even if he doesn't qualify through this group, he can take a lot of
96.
pride in the
Mike
performance
O'Carr,
that he's put forward here.
128.
Would have been so easy just to roll over after that start that he had here on Group A. But we say it all the time, and he clearly followed that philosophy that When you get to
48.
Thursday, it's a new group.
Andy O'Carr, 40.
Maybe Andy Hamilton's not the player you want to play when you need a
Game
win.
shot on the first leg.
He just
Andy
grind
Hamilton.
you down at times. He will dictate the pace. He'll be as professional as ever. And the only thing Andy Hamilton can do right now is a big 4-0 victory.
Second leg, Mike, you throw first. Game on.
Before that leg was played, Andy Hamilton was in 5th place. So you can see exactly what he needs to do. He can get himself onto +1. And with another 4-0 victory in his last game, you can see he can get to +5. And then he's reliant on Justin Hood, taking a bit of a beating from Michael Huntley.
100.
So you feel it's hope rather than expectation for the Hammer right now. But I've written this guy off a couple of times
100.
today. I'm just thinking that Andy Hamilton is one of them players he would love to be on Saturday night.
58.
Where we could have a good crowd in here. Following players like John Henderson, who's guaranteed to be in. And you can be here with us on Saturday night. Just simply scan that
100.
code that's just come on your screen there. Will be a small booking fee, but what a difference you do make to this brilliant venue. Just the acoustics of the building, when we get a full crowd in here, I know that the players just says it makes it very, very special.
43. Mike O'Carr,
Just a stone's throw away
161.
now from Champions Week. And boy, do they need your support. So come and join us Saturday night. Live lounge here in Portsmouth. All the details if you scan that code.
44.
We mentioned the discounts that Glenn Durrant's going to be doing while he's here. He's got another special offer for you. If you take the selfie on your own phone, so you don't need to take any material from him, he'll do it for 15 quid.
134. Mike O'Carr, 117.
Seen a 118 finish from him. And at times it's from absolute nowhere.
97.
I'm looking forward to the Christmas ones when I'm back, when I bring me mistletoe. So come on guys, get yourself here.
58.
Double
Mike
10 for
O'Carr,
Huntley
20.
for 1-1. He is fighting. That is his biggest quality right now. Go big.
Game shot on the second
And it will
leg.
drop
Mike
in.
Huntley.
The one thing neither of these two want is a tight game. A tight game puts both of them in big trouble. Because they don't
Third leg,
have
Andy,
the
to third
positive
first.
legs
Game on.
difference. The legs could really come into this, which is really going to benefit Justin Hood and Jared Cole, who are the only two players with a positive leg difference.
You could get to a stage where even a 4-0 victory for
43.
Mike Huntley over Justin Hood might not be enough. So we'll keep an eye on that legs difference there. But super, super tight. Has Cole and Hood done enough already?
41.
We'll find out over the next 15, 20 minutes.
The Hammer, who doesn't have the points on the board like Huntley does, he really needed 4-0 here.
57.
I don't think he can afford to lose much more. Victory is not enough for the Hammer.
100. $96.
Again, it's just gone at
85. $23.
really is a must-win 4-1 for Andy Hamilton now.
60.
He is looking for absolute perfection from here on in. It can be done. But one more leg as a loss for Andy Hamilton. And it'll be goodbye to his Group C campaign. And when you see the fact that Alan Tabbin's gone, I know I shouldn't have bias in here, but there is that element of disappointment. But he won't stop fighting because that's what he's built his career on, as Andy Hamilton.
137. And you can't
where have you been? Where's that scoring been? Well, it's called pressure and tension, guys. And when you relax, the game's nice and easy. But how do you relax when everything is up against it? Look for a big
62.
17.
Michael Carr, 78.
Like I said, when he gets down to a double, he gives himself a chance. He has to stay straight on the 18s. The bigger straight dart you've got, you've given yourself that opportunity.
38. And you can't 40.
And he survives.
That was to eliminate Andy Hamilton. They drop in one by one. Robbie King fell first. Alan Tabbin, the second man to fall. Andy Hamilton is still in and fighting. He needs to win the next two legs. He's going to need a lot to go his own way. He's not got a very good chance of getting through, but he has a chance.
Fourth leg, Mike, to throw first.
Unless
Game on.
Michael Huntley can win one of the remaining legs in this match.
100.
Here's that fight and that grit that you were describing about Andy Hamilton.
140.
Whatever happens to Michael Huntley, he's done himself credit, hasn't he? He's bounced back. There was no sulking, no head in his hands, no throwing his arms about. And he came back into Group C like he said he would. I guess when he looks back, there's been a couple of games there where they just didn't go his way, or he just didn't come out the traps for him, but he continues to fight. But I think the big
140.
winner right now is Jared Cole and Justin Hood as these two fight it out.
They will know that that leg difference is going to be such a big factor, and they're just going to cheer on the man with throw. They 55. Just want this to be a tight game. The tighter, the better.
161.
Ideally, they want a tight game that Andy Hamilton wins because it'll pretty much knock them both out of it, and that'll be job done.
Yep.
58. $96. Michael Carr, 103.
That's 88 left. So treble 20 or treble 16. Should stay there.
55. Andy Carr, 110.
Andy Hamilton wins 4-2 or 4-3. It's over.
$56. Michael Carr, 48.
This could be the leg that eliminates the hammer. One by one, they are starting to fall. These two could eliminate each other from the process.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
That is the end of the Group C campaign for Andy Hamilton. He is no longer able to qualify. Our attention now moves to Michael Huntley, the only other player that can dislodge Jared Cole and Justin Hood at the top of the table. For that to happen, he's got to beat the hammer.
$97.
Yeah, and the probable situation is Andy Hamilton won't know the situation right now. I couldn't see any evident disappointment when that double went in there.
140.
I have the feeling the only guy who really knows what's going on in there is Jared Cole. We're getting close to 350 games he's played in the MODUS Super Series, so I think he'd be playing a big part in that room of exactly what's happening. I
140.
just think an extra 24 hours, 30 hours for Justin Hood just to get himself ready. He then comes into the equation for Saturday night. Jared Cole has
85.
demonstrated brilliance at times. But right at this moment, John Henderson is the one who I can hear laughing at the back of his hotel room.
You do as a player, don't you? You look at things and
41.
you look for people's weaknesses. I remember you saying about when you used to go into rooms, you'd be like, oh, am I playing in the final? You almost become dismissive when you know you're playing well.
100.
Yeah, it was a wonderful feeling, that. It's just when you know you're the best player when you walk into a room, it's a good thing to have. And I think that's what Hendo will think on Saturday night. But I don't think we're seeing the best of Wesley Plazier yet. And like I said, Jared Cole has moments of brilliance. Look, I'm
137.
really intrigued to see how Gary Stone does tonight, because I have a funny feeling Gary Stone can still sneak third place. And then Saturday night, everyone starts a level playing field, so a lot to play for tonight. I don't think he can play as bad 2 nights running.
140.
What a shot.
Undercut 86.
From Michael Huntley.
Treble 18's the shot. And this will hurt Huntley for many reasons. I would say to
Game
Michael
shot on the
Huntley,
fifth
don't
leg.
go to
Andy
the water
Hamilton.
table, because every time you do, the hammer smacks it in with the last dart. It looks like it's a situation where both players have knocked each other out. Still a little bit to
Six
play
leg
for
Mike to
Mike.
go
You can
first.
see exactly
Game
what
on.
it means to him. But it's looking like a Cole and Hood final.
Have you ever known a game of darts anywhere where
100.
no one's the winner? Because if Andy Hamilton is to win this game, they're both going to have knocked each other out. They're both going to come off as losers, essentially.
Yeah, and again, as someone who's in this comms box here, I couldn't help but
137.
look at that final game there, Michael Huntley against Justin Hood, and just to have some permutation going into it. I did not think this group would be over.
121.
With a set of games still to be played, and that's looking likely at this moment.
$83.
You sort of feel Andy Hamilton's someone who won't know the situation. He might win this game, come off stage thinking, am I still in this? Come off feeling quite happy, where, in fact,
83.
you may not realise that they might just knock each other out of the tournament.
Yeah, I've seen situations where people haven't realised they've won the group, and like I said, it's easy for us to sit here and do all the numbers. You can't do that when you're up there focusing on that treble 20.
180.
Second of the match. Absolutely nothing to separate the pair of them on the averages.
Could see Huntley showing what he can do as well, because the 60 and 70
85.
averages he was doing at the start
Andy
of the week, that's not Michael Huntley.
101.
No, he's been an absolute credit to himself, and at least he can go away knowing there's some positives. Well, the big 17 will lay it up. That a double
95.
three. That's just a little bit
Final
lazy,
car,
that last dart.
112.
And Huntley's quite adept in this area, but not anymore. That was my fear. When you're very aggressive on the treble 20, that can happen. Is that the end for both of these players? Well, it's already goodbye to Andy Hamilton. He could sign off his penultimate game with a
76.
win.
Andy Wakar 6.
And then find out.
No score. Mike Wakar 36.
Mike Huntley's fight continues.
I could hear the sigh from Cole and Hood from here.
Game shot on the sixth leg. Mike Huntley.
Give the man a dart and a double and he hits it. The man whose biggest inspiration, Richie Burnett, Barry Bates. He's got all that Welsh
Seven
dragon
final leg, Andy
inside
to
of him
throw
there. He's
first. Game on.
using every sinew to get over that winning line.
96.
Still would be quite an outside opportunity for Michael Huntley if he was to
60.
win this game. He'd still need results and everything to go his way, but he'd rather have some chance than none.
Like I said, it just makes that last game a bit more interesting.
$100.
The hammer just beginning to turn the screw.
100. $95.
Michael Huntley needs a 180. Right now, he's just showing signs that this is going in the way of Andy
100.
Hamilton. But we've written off the man from Wales many times this week. And Andy Hamilton has been in this position before. Like I said, at times he looks as good as ever. Sure, he'll look back at some games he feels
100.
he could have won. But
60.
it's
Under your
6
car,
darts of
110.
110 for Hamilton. Treble 18. A double 18.
92.
Once again, just falls short. Nothing Michael Huntley can do in this situation. And it's typical of the week, where his best darts are usually when it's the leg is
100.
over.
Under your car, 18.
You'd be thinking that double 9 is certainly not a gimme. The double dart players don't like. Especially now, because you've got to be aggressive. And what
Game
a
shot of the
bizarre
match.
game in a sense
Andy
that Andy
Hamilton.
Hamilton takes the spoils, but we will not be seeing either player here on Saturday night. Both players have been eliminated from Group A, played in fantastic spirits again. Another 7-leg thriller, nothing to separate them. Apart from the fact that Andy Hamilton gets the winning double right at the end, a thoroughly enjoyable game. But the big winners, Jared Cole and Justin Hood, will be seen here Saturday night as we go into the final games. It's the last time we're going to see Robbie King against Alan Tabban.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where that victory for Andy Hamilton against Michael Huntley before the break has now confirmed our 2 finalists through to Group C. So it's many congratulations going to Justin Hood and Jared Cole. They make their way through. Those are the results from so far today. This is how it correlates in terms of the table. Cole and Hood both on top, but because of their superior legs difference to Hamilton and Huntley, they are into tomorrow night's finale, joining the Highlander John Henderson there tomorrow night. Right, Robbie King and Alan Tabban, final run-outs for them this week. And watching this one in the commentary box, Matt and Clem.
Thank you so much, Henry. Yeah, it just feels like a bit of an anticlimax now. sort of highlighted that final game where it could go right down to the wire because you felt that is exactly what this group deserved. But these players will do a very professional job. They probably don't even know that it's down to that real potentials. But for these two guys, it's just to see out what's been an indifferent
First leg,
week
Robbie,
for the
to throw
pair of them.
first.
Strengths and weaknesses.
Game on.
Positives and negatives to see. But at least they know now that this is their final game of the week. Have you played in a situation like this, Matt?
140.
I have, and it's not
60.
a nice position to be in. You just feel a bit flat.
100.
Yeah, I just cannot work how Robbie King will be feeling right now. It's, like you say, he's come a long way. Appreciate of the
57.
opportunity he got, but yeah, flat is probably the right word. But the professionals will get up there, they'll do a job, and they'll want to finish
57.
off their final game on a high.
Because that's the other thing. You don't want to lose. The last thing you want to do
100.
is leave here with that stinky feeling.
$100. 100. Robbie O'Carr, 104.
Yeah, so many players are going this 16 route now.
64.
Leaves tops and Tabern all the way back on 184.
78. Robbie O'Carr, 40.
Solid.
Getting shot on the first leg. Robbie
King will
King.
be thinking, where have you been in the past day and a half? Because that's what he can do. I thought he looked absolutely solid there, really focused. Once again, he's a player who likes
Second
to
leg,
get
Alan
eye
to throw
contact
first.
with a
Game on.
player, but I think with Alan Tabern, you're not going to get anything like that. But if he does provide what he was demonstrating on Monday, he's still got a lot of questions
100.
to ask himself.
You've got to remember, Robbie King has also got the possibility
100.
here of going through the card, losing 5 from 5 today.
And honestly, Matt, if I said to you, I thought this morning he potentially would win the 5 out of 5. I thought
119.
he was going to provide the Robbie King from Monday. Like I said, he's shown no concerns about his arm. There was that moment, obviously, on Wednesday, and I really fancied him to do well. I was a
55.
big believer that he was the man. But, you know, he will know why. Whether it was just a lot of
140.
belief, lost a little bit of momentum, a bit of motivation. If the arm is hurting, I think the only real person that knows of why the decline, that real implosion this week,
54.
is himself.
On
I
the
did
O'Carr,
not expect in Group
142.
C for him to be sat on 4 points going into his final game.
100.
I really agree with something you said there, though, when you said he will know. I think he does know why. And I do think if we get to see him again,
55.
that
Ali O'Carr,
I think
42.
we'll see that version of him again that you saw on Monday and Tuesday.
Tops for Tabern.
22.
Yeah, and that's what I like about the preparation for the final tomorrow night. We get a chance to speak with all 6 qualifiers, and they're the types of questions that I'm intrigued to find out. Those highs, those lows. For Justin Hood,
134. Ali O'Carr, 20.
nowhere near his best, and here he is, potential top of the table.
Getting shot on the second leg.
That's
Alan
the brilliance of
Tabern.
Alan Tabern. Just hasn't been enough. Been a funny one for Tabs, hasn't it? A couple of 4-3 losses. That one with Justin Hood very early, and then quickly followed by
Third leg, Robbie
a
to
big
throw
win
first.
over
Game
Andy
on.
Hamilton. And again, that 4-3 loss to Jared Cole. So I think for Alan Tabern, just a couple of 4-3 defeats was the big difference
60.
for him.
Average-wise, he's been one of the best players here this week. But he's been winning a lot of moments, and he's lost the key
100.
moments. And you don't have to win every moment. You've just got to win enough of those key battles. And That's been the problem for Alan Tabben. That's why he's 5th in the table at the moment. It's not because he
85.
played poorly. It's because he's not been clinical.
And I think my assessment would be, which you'd probably say, Glenn, you're totally wrong. I play every night. But I'm just wondering how
60.
match sharp he is, because those flashes were just very short term, weren't they? If you're gonna get through the week, you need that longevity over the week. You need that consistency over the week. And that's just something
135.
that sort of let him down when he needed it most.
There's a difference, though, between playing every night and playing this level of quality
97.
every game.
You've never been a fan of local league, have you? I don't think.
No, not massively. I did a little bit, but I didn't really see the value in it, to be honest. I sat there one night and I was assessing
100.
it, and we was playing best of 3 at the time, and I went up and I won a game in a couple of minutes, 4 or 5 minutes. And then I
44.
thought, I've come out,
Robbie
I'm
McCall,
spending 4 hours of my
121.
night, and I'm playing for a couple of minutes, and then I'm going to sit and watch everybody else play darts. It was at that point I realised I needed to do
65.
something. Hooked up with Kevin Painter, and we've been practicing together for about 12 years now.
140.
Set to
Robbie
play
McCall,
for Tabern.
56.
If this was Monday, you would say it's 2-1.
Game show on the third
It
leg.
was the guy
Robbie
we
King.
saw at the beginning of the week, and once again, he seems to be saving his best till the end. I'll be just mid-80s. There you can see, just having a look at Alan.
Fourth leg, Allen to through first. Game on.
He's too old school to get involved in any fist pumps or anything like that. Though, like I said, it's been played in fantastic spirit. Like I said, it's a quieter room
97.
compared to when Richard North's in the room next door, that's for sure.
I'd like to say we're looking forward to that tonight, but I think we heard enough from him last night. We might be hearing a lot more from
81.
him. He's actually the favourite in terms of Group B action. Is now the second favourite to win the entire
140.
week.
Really?
Tonight's action, Richard North, Patrick van den Bohard, Wesley Plazier, Gary Stone and Mike Gillett. All still to play for. Everyone's
60.
still in a run-in. Everyone's still got a chance.
That's that classic, Matt, where them first games tonight are going to be absolutely massive.
180.
There's always a game in there, and it's normally when someone's already played and they come back for a second game, and you think, well, if they lose this,
100.
the whole group's just going
Ali
to jump
Okar,
them because they're
84.
going to get another fixture just because of how the group works.
68.
Like I say, it's just those flashes in it with Alan from absolutely nowhere. A dart for a 12-darter.
65. Ali Okar, 16. Game shot on the fourth leg. Alan
14-darter
Tabern.
will do. It's 2-2. I wonder if Alan misses the rigorous Pro Tour scene.
Fifth leg, Robbie
When
to
I
through
think of him,
first.
I
Game
think of
on.
Wayne Jones. Oh, who's playing really well again. Wayne's up there in the Challenge Tour rankings, still getting games in the Pro Tour as well.
41.
Yeah, there's just certain people, isn't there, that you think of that come in pairs.
Yeah.
41.
Like Wes Newton and Barry Bates. They was always
I wouldn't have put them two together.
there's always a few little surprises, isn't there, on the...
Matt Edgar and Ryan Searle. What a week he's having.
140.
In the quarterfinals of the World Match Play taking place tonight. Got his hands full, but I think you've always got your hands full in
58.
the World Match Play these years.
I just think it's been brilliant when you take the top five, not reaching the quarters. Well, Luke Humphreys, statistically in the top
135.
five, I guess, but it's just going to be a new name on there. It's been a brilliant competition.
100.
Arguably the most entertaining World Match Play.
Yeah, I just think it's getting entertaining, more entertaining, just because of the whole product,
43.
the whole everything about it. You know, the setup, the players are getting younger, and yeah, it's been great. New names
58. Robbie Okar,
creating their own
142.
legacies as well. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. Never been one for watching an awful lot of darts until I came into this role of commentary, and
80.
yeah, now I'm obsessed with people's demeanours, attributes, throws, strengths, weaknesses, the lot. So I've been getting home from commentary
54.
and watching a lot of
Robbie
the darts as
O'Carr,
well on the night.
62.
Well, the strength of the players in this one is the holds of throw, because they've all been clinical and bossed legs.
Getting shot on the
Continues
fifth
with
leg.
that
Robbie
trend.
King.
Robbie King got an opportunity to get his first victory of the day, his second of this group. Yes, he'll still finish bottom of the group, cut quite adrift, but it will just...
Six leg Allen did through first. Game on.
Embarrassing was the word we used, wasn't it, at some point earlier on in the week when you sat bottom of the table. You get embarrassed, and this will just be less embarrassing for him if he was to pick up another victory. Granted, his performance has been
135.
way beyond what you would say is an embarrassing performance. It's just purely those results and purely what his expectations was from this week.
57.
Certainly wasn't finishing bottom of the table.
No, definitely not. We were talking him as a potential winner, weren't we, mid-Tuesday? We went into Wednesday morning, do you remember? 95 favourite in that staggeringly tough group there. We're already starting to think about tonight now, how the outcome of this one's done. And once again, is the story still ahead of us in that one?
Oh, absolutely.
83.
I think Gary Stone's going to play a part tonight.
Well, Gary Stone's first game, he then takes over third place. Wesley Plaza, yeah. So Wesley, who was cruising in second place. That
31.
first game, Gary Stone can be in qualifying position, and that's what he must be thinking now, because it was a disaster of a night for him. That's because the expectation
59.
for him was so big. He was the second favourite to win the week, and then went favourite before he'd even thrown a dart.
41.
Probably felt the world was against him as everyone was playing well, and then that Mike Gillett comeback was just, yeah, he must have went back to his players area there and just thought, well, that's it. But he saved himself with a big victory at the end, and has that chance to get the 4-pointer with the opening game tonight with Wesley.
An opportunity here for a solid holder throw again. It's been the constant theme. Alan Tabban wants an ice cream, which some people would find quite unusual because they're no longer 99 pence, but for Glenn Durrant, it's probably the last time he bought one. Tops.
79. Robbie O'Carr, 170.
Well, we talked about what kind of week is he having. You can finish on the best possible way.
60. Ali O'Carr, 20.
All week, Alan Tabban loves this section of the board.
Game shot on the sixth leg. Alan
Continues
Tabban.
to hit that double 10. Solid holds a throw all the way throughout. But for Robbie King, the danger is still there that he could go through the card today without a victory.
Seventh and final leg. Robbie did through first. Game on.
The last 5 games, 4 of them have gone 4-3. Even when the group is done and dusted, there's absolutely evidence there that there's been nothing
100.
to separate these. There'll be 4 players going away thinking, I could have, / should have qualified for Saturday night.
100.
We still have the possibility that we could end with 4 players on 12 points.
100.
Only separated by the leg difference. And how important was it earlier on when I said there was that big 4-0 victory?
Yeah.
60.
Jared Cole, Michael Huntley. And we talked about the possibility that come 5:30 tonight, we'll be looking at the winner's qualification via leg difference.
140. 140. Robbie O'Carr, 161. 65.
'Great last start, Mr. Hinks.
Robbie O'Carr, 96.
For the match. Double-double. A double top. And it's a
Game,
winning
shot,
end
and a match.
for
Robbie
Robbie
King.
King. It's been a very disappointing Group C campaign, but he finishes with a win over the luckless Alan Tabern. Another 4-3 defeat for Alan Tabern. Again, nothing to really separate them, but finally the doubles come back for Robbie King. 4 from 6. That 96 checkout being the big highlight. Double to win. And next up, it's top of the table, Jared Cole against Andy Hamilton. That's up next.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series in Portsmouth, the penultimate game of Group C. Jared Cole, who we will be seeing here on Saturday night, against Andy Hamilton, who we won't be seeing. That's a disappointment for me to say, because at times Andy Hamilton looked like his old self, but just too many times when he needed it most, he just flattered to deceive in the end. But Jared Cole, flashes of brilliance. And a 3-0 down against Alan Tabern. It was the most spectacular comeback. Very reminiscent of what Mike Gillett did in Group B last night. And that cemented his place in Saturday night. So he can relax, he can play his best dance.
First leg, Jared to through first.
To see how Jared plays here when he knows that the
Game
pressure
on.
is off.
I think one thing we can do then is maybe look at a little bit of value in this match. And actually, Jared Cole hit the most 180s in this game is 2-1. And that is a player who has hit 25 180s so far this week. I think that is incredible value.
$59.
Yeah, because you'd expect him to have them moments, in which he does in the 7 legs. You'll see moments of where he hits 26. But you'll see moments like this.
140.
Watching it on the exchanges and it continues to drift.
100.
Remember to gamble responsibly. Be 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
94.
Do you think he plays a big part in it tomorrow night, Jared Cole? I did say from the very early stages in Group A that he's the type of player I think come Saturday night. I think he'll bring a crowd with him. I think he's based in Southampton now. Do remember
55.
Jared bringing just an unbelievable crowd when he played Brian Raman at Lakeside. It was one of the best atmospheres from not a full
128.
Lakeside. And Brian Raman was trying to go against the crowd, and I was like, you're making a mistake doing that. So hopefully he has the support here on Saturday night. Could that be his final gear to help him reach the promised land?
135. Jared do a car 80.
Well, he's found that cruise
Game shot on the
control at
first
the
leg,
moment
Jared
in
Cole.
terms of the performance. This is brilliant once again from Jared Cole, continuing where he ended off from his last game when he had a complete turnaround victory against Alan Tabern.
Second leg, Andy to through first. Game on.
Averaged nearly 100 in that one.
Yeah, we've talked about the afterburners and everything, but yeah, cruise control is a great feeling as a dart player when you know you've done something, you know you've qualified, you're just going through the motions, and all of a sudden you're thinking, where's the
43.
tension and anxiety gone, and why is this game so easy? Got to be this 180.
100.
Not this time. Assessment for Andy Hamilton, similar to what I felt.
100.
Or anything you've seen, or
I think really with Andy Hamilton, the CV he's got, the amount of time he's been playing darts, everything that goes
125.
with it. The only thing he's come here for, and the only thing he'll take positivity is, it's win or lose for Andy Hamilton. It's get through or not. It's that black and white. He doesn't need to build for his career. He's had his career. And so with that in mind,
96.
I'd only be able to assess it as disappointment. He's at that stage. It's all or nothing.
100.
beginning of this match, I said Jared Cole, intrigued to find how he plays when the shackles are off, the nerves have gone. He's averaging over 107, just shy of 108 at the moment.
132.
Thinking 140 or 136, and take his pick.
152. Andy O'Carr, 130.
It's a nice finish as a dart player. This, you get 2 darts at the treble 20. And he's got both of them in. It's double 5.
125.
Still
Jared O'Carr,
disappointed,
24.
isn't he? That just shows the passion of which he plays this game.
Absolutely.
Game shot on the second
This is
leg.
quality
Jared Cole.
from Jared Cole, and this will take him into Saturday night. His final game, if he can average over 100, that takes him into a fantastic form and confidence.
Third leg,
for
Jared to throw
tomorrow.
first. Game on.
I'm sure Jared will want to top the group and maybe avoid John Henderson in the group stages. Like I said, we're talking to someone who's
45.
very experienced. You know exactly how the draw's done for Saturday night.
And he will want to win the group. It does mean something internally to the players.
27.
Can certainly vouch for this from about 12 weeks ago. We'll sit here and say, just qualify. It's the only thing that matters. Which is a little bit
58.
of something to the players when you top the group.
Who beat you to qualify? I forgot now. I
83.
remember you doing a number on Richie Parkin.
Lost to Colin Osborne in the semi-final.
Yeah, I knew I was cheering for
135.
someone local to me. And is there a big difference with that crowd there?
121.
Instant feedback, isn't
Because I
it?
get
That's
the
the thing.
feeling you engage with the crowd. I get the feeling you more than most.
99.
Yeah, absolutely. Love it.
I remember losing a World Masters final in front of 50 people. I was thinking this is the second biggest tournament on our tour.
45. Jared O'Carr,
We're up to Adam
164.
Smith-Neil.
But you'd love to get 50 people into an exhibition of yours, wouldn't you?
At 80 last week.
39.
It was less when the bingo was finished, though.
How much did you pay them to be there?
Fiver.
140. Jared O'Carr, 125.
Centre of the board. Treble 20.
49. Andy O'Carr, 85.
Yeah, last 6 starts for Jared Cole, 39 and 49. Two darts are tops.
Game shot on the third leg. Andy Hamilton.
Just doesn't give up, does he? You could argue he's got nothing to play for, but professional right down to the last dart.
Fourth leg
That
handed through first. Game
to be
on.
admired.
I remember once, Glenn, you said to me, you did a meet and greet and you said it was absolutely rammed in there. Wall to wall, you couldn't move. I said, oh, where did you do that?
93.
Said a phone box.
This is why you've got no friends. With jokes like that, that's why you've got no friends.
60.
That's worse than my duck joke.
Did I tell you I'm writing a book on reverse psychology?
57.
Don't buy it. Jared's just gone very, very quiet now. I was looking at his
96.
numbers. Just shy of 110. Now down to 91. And yeah, again, I'd like to have a little chat with him regarding his assessment of the week. But
9.
he's qualified. You don't get any extra points for qualifying fantastically well and shattering all records. You just have to get there.
96.
I think the most classic one was the Mike Gillett last year, where he finished third in Group B and only just qualified, and there he was on the Saturday night picking up the title.
38.
And as we've talked about, Jared Cole, he'll know all the calculations. He will know if he wins this match 4-1, he is guaranteed to top the
79.
group. And therefore avoiding John Henderson in the group stage.
$58. Jared
Here
Dukar,
it is again.
170.
Jared Cole has finished this off 3 times already. It won't be 4 on this occasion. He will have some more legs. He's got all
95.
night tomorrow. Maybe he's saving the magic number 4 for finals night. Maybe he's saving it for lifting the title.
Yes, you're presenting the trophy tomorrow night.
100. Jared Dukar, 75.
Must be a great honour for the players, for you to be getting up there as Jared Cole looks at 2 darts at double 12.
51. Andy Dukar, 146. $41. Jared Dukar, 24.
The 3-1.
$12.
And that was
Andy
the
Dukar,
Jared Cole
105.
from Group A. And like I said, he doesn't want to finish off on a missed doubles performance, because that can drag into tomorrow.
45. Jared Dukar, 12.
Double 6 to put himself a leg away. And a breaker throw here for
Game shot on
Jared
the
Cole.
fourth
He is
leg.
one
Jared
leg
Cole.
away from topping Group C. And he's starting to find and produce what we was looking for in Group A when we was looking for him to make that run of
through first.
results.
Game on.
He saved it for Group C. Either way, he's navigated his way through the group stage. He is going to be here tomorrow night.
93.
You can obviously go book your tickets as well. You can come and join us here. Sit on the tables and chairs behind the players. Dartshop.tv.
140.
If you're more in the modern way, you can scan your QR code. That'll take you to where you need to be. A very small booking fee. Just make sure you bring
58.
plenty of cash if you want a picture with the dozer.
That's getting boring now.
You know all about boring, wouldn't you? You've mastered it for the last 52 years.
57.
One thing Jared Cole's mastered is a 180, 170 finish. That would be the icing on the cake, Jared Cole.
140. 180. $140. Andy O'Carr, 124.
Treble 21st. Treble 18 with his opponent on 70. Is that
92.
the final three
Andy O'Carr,
darts?
70.
That we'll see of Andy Hamilton. For the match.
38. Andy O'Carr, 32. $28.
Well, that was
Andy O'Carr,
unlike
32.
Andy Hamilton. But maybe just sums up his campaign. And for Jared Culler, who we'll see tomorrow night, a 4-1 victory here confirms top place.
Game,
That's
shot,
exactly
and
what
the
happened
match,
to Jared Cole. He got there in the end. A 4-1 victory over Andy Hamilton, who will leave very reflective. But Jared Cole, we'll be seeing him on Saturday night. How will he perform? He may have to step up another gear there, but he'll be chuffed to pieces to get a win over Andy Hamilton. As we move to the final game of Group C, it's Michael Huntley against Justin Hood.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are joined up here on the balcony by the group winner in Jared Cole. Jared, many congratulations. Back into tomorrow night's final. Just assess what's been a crazy day today.
Yeah, I mean, in that practice room, it speaks for itself. Everyone was in with a shout today, and everyone played their heart out. It's been a very interesting day, but I'm fantastically thrilled to come through and obviously be group winner. But yeah.
Just describe what was going through your mind at 3-0 down against Alan Tabban.
How can I find a way to mess this up? In the nicest way, because Alan was playing really well. But in myself, I'm like, wow, come on, what a game to play like this. Come on, kick in the gear and it can happen. And obviously I turned it around. But wow, that was a real struggle of a match, I can't lie. But really happy to come through it.
Were you almost playing with freedom in that second part of the game, feeling as if maybe you've blown it a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I just lost to Justin as well. I was just like, in myself, I was like, come on, take your chances. And I weren't early in the match and he was playing really well. And I was just like, take what you can be given. Take it one leg at a game, well, one leg at a time at least. But yeah, and just take your chances when they come around. And obviously I got back into it, made it 3-1, 3-2, 3-all, and then I pinched the last leg as well. I was thrilled. But yeah, I still didn't think the job was done at that point. So I was, yeah, chasing it for the last one against Andy there as well. But that was a struggle. But yeah.
Let's reflect upon the week in general. First things first, the glasses situation. You started the week with them, then Wednesday you toyed about with them on and off, and then decision yesterday to get rid.
Yeah, so for myself, I felt like I knew better of myself when I wasn't throwing with glasses. I don't know how to explain it. Unless you wear them, you obviously understand them. But when you're wearing them, it's just sort of like, it was almost like playing HD. And when it's not going well, everything you do is just glorified. And it's like, you're almost in yourself looking for something to go, right, it's time to start over. And for me, that was the answer. And I just felt like it made sense. Like in that moment, I was just, heated a moment against Wesley as well. I was just like, no, I need to sort something out. Then next start was straight in the double. Like, where's that been all week? And it's, obviously it's worked out for me. But I guess it was a play on the moment situation, and it gave me the 2% that I needed clearly. But I'm really happy.
Do you enjoy fishing?
Apparently so. 3 in a week. I'm buzzing with that. But it's a massive achievement for me. Obviously, I don't know what the records are down here, but I was buzzing with every single one of them. But they came at the key times as well. So really happy.
So that was the one against Wesley Brazier. So let's have a look at the league table, because you're now the group winner because of that victory by 4-1 against Andy Hamilton. So back through to tomorrow night. What's the next 24 hours going to look like?
It's rest for me. Obviously, I played 8 days in a row now. I was at the PDC development tour just before this. So take as much time as possible to grab as many hours sleep as possible, really. Just come in tomorrow fresh, new mind, and hopefully throw some of the better darts of this week. Because it's been very patchy, but when it's been good, I've been really happy with it. So, see, the moments are coming, but it's few and far between, as everyone knows.
Right, we'll let you rest up. Many congratulations. We'll see you again tomorrow night. Jared Cole, the group victor, then through to tomorrow night's finale. Just one final game to go then, as far as Group C is concerned. It's going to see Michael Huntley in action up against Justin Hood, and down in the commentary box, Matthew Edgar and Glenn Dart.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Henry, and what a refreshing interview. What a lovely lad. Very eloquent the way he spoke, very honest, very reflective, and very sensible. I think it's a great point there, that rest is important. Hydrate yourself and come back really fresh. 8 days on the spin can take its toll there, but he knows the situation. And what a really nice interview, Matt.
Yeah, and that experience of the Super Series just coming through as well, I think, there with Jared Cole. And I'll be interested to see how it feels on the other side of this, because you can obviously get a little bit of a different view when the results just happened. Once he's gone away and come back to here, I wonder if we see tomorrow, when we have our interviews with player, a bit more fire. Because at the moment it felt a little bit happy, a bit relieved to be through, where there wasn't really too much about moving forward about tomorrow, about what that brings. And I think, like you say, very reflective.
Yeah, he certainly was aware that at times when he's played well this week, he's been good.
36.
When he wasn't playing so well, but that could be attributed by the fact he's been playing 8 days on the spin. It does take its toil. And I just think he had that balance right. And I did say from the first dart he threw, he's the type of player that on Saturday night, he does have those flashes of brilliance that can take on absolutely anybody. He's a big one. He's won big tournaments. And like I said, maybe the crowd can be on his side as well if he is intending to bring people with him. Please come and follow him, because, you could be just that extra 10% that he needs. And I enjoyed that. I thought it was really, really well spoken, very softly spoken. But to be a dart player as well, you need that steely determination that Matt's talking about there. And maybe he just gets that at the right time.
Michael Huntley.
140.
You've got to assess it as positive. To what happened at the start of the week, to turn it around the way he has, and to potentially still be ending this with 6 wins and on the same points as the people that have qualified, only missing out by legs.
Double 16. That's the
40.
beauty of being on that 8 and
Justin
16 there. If you do miss the big
144.
number, he's still in the same vicinity. And Justin Hood, who really has not come out the traps here, very nice. Could finish it very good, but no. Just skips away from that treble there.
132.
For Michael Huntley,
Michael
every time he
Carr,
needs a
16.
double, we usually fancy it. But how is he feeling? He'll be disappointed with the fact he can't qualify now. And I think that
12.
was very reflected
Justin
in
Carr,
those
12.
darts there. The fire, the desire, the power, the push of that arm going through just doesn't look the same. He
Game shot on the first
wanders
leg.
back
Justin
there
Hood.
with his shoulders down, and Justin Hood just mops up the mistake from Michael Huntley.
The purpose. That's a good
Something like Justin to throw first. Game on.
word, I think, to describe that one. The purpose has gone from the throw. When you lose the purpose, you lose the pace.
83. $79. $94.
Yeah, we haven't spoken an awful lot about Justin Hood, have we, Matt? But he must be chuffed to pieces to get through. But you can just see him just touching his top of his thigh there, and
85.
the issues that he's had with his legs. So, I mean, fair play. I mean, just for me, that just highlights the quality of the man. He's probably playing on 80%. And again, when we chat with him, we have the interview before tomorrow night.
81.
He seemed very honest in here about what the situation is, and now he's had these 2 days. Has he got enough in the tank?
60.
Tomorrow night. It's a big, big prize that's there, and all of a sudden you don't feel the pain in your body as much when you see that carrot. A couple of grand in your bank.
180.
You don't feel pain when you've got the adrenaline, and I can speak for this from some of the things I've done in my life. You don't feel any of it. Adrenaline is a wonderful thing.
85. Justin Carr, 63.
When you've got that sort of carrot and that prize fund over your head, he will be having plenty of adrenaline tomorrow night.
47.
Did you commentate on him last time he won it?
I wasn't here that week, no.
Yeah, because there was a good crowd there. I didn't know if he would have a following from
58.
Somerset.
Justin Carr, 16. Game shot on the second leg.
2-0.
Justin Hood.
And professional, and you can just see the energy has been sucked out of
Third
Michael
leg, Mike
Huntley.
to throw first. Game on.
Just wants to get in his car, and his driver is already waiting outside. I think they'll be travelling back to Wales with immediate effect.
42.
That is a beautiful dart. You could just tell from the first dart, each dart player that you see, they have that perfect placing within the treble 20. That's exactly where Justin Hood wanted to be.
61.
Effortless last start as well. It's like he knew that was going to be a max.
He's a good player.
96.
We start piecing together tomorrow night. Just one more group to come. We're back on Sporty Stuff TV at
78.
10 o'clock tonight. The conclusion of Group B. I felt it was a little disappointing last night when I was interviewed by Henry. I expected an awful lot.
65.
Even when me and you walked down to the venue, I said tonight's going to be an absolute beauty. And I was left just a little bit deflated. I thought we were going to see a little bit more from Wesley Plaza. I thought we were going to see
Justin Carr, 160.
incredible brilliance from Gary Stone. But in the end, the one guy we didn't talk about, Patrick van den Boharden, was the guy that went away the happiest of them all.
95. $125. Justin Carr, 65.
I think he went for the Justin Hood approach there, where he just expected the last one to go in.
2 darter tops for 3-0. And this is a
Game
rapid
shot on the
game.
third leg. Justin Hood.
3-0 to Justin Hood in absolute no time. And you still feel he's only in 4th gear right now, Justin Hood.
Fourth leg, Justin to throw first. Game on.
I think I'd like just to see a little bit more from him in his expressions, in his desire. Maybe finds himself that he plays his
91.
best when he's super relaxed and he doesn't want to give too much.
$95.
When we look at Michael Huntley's game, it did finish on a bit of a high. Like I said, he had that disastrous running group here, and many players could have just really fallen apart in Group
60.
C. But for a big majority of yesterday, he was leading the group. He even had a very small time. He had a 4-point lead when he was on 6 points, and other players were searching for their
135.
second win. Once again, the cream has rose to the top, and Jared Cole and Justin Hood will be excellent
57.
additions to Saturday night.
$94. $88.
137 would be nice here for Huntley. Treble 19.
$99.
And again, real purpose, real authority those darts are going in. And trying right till the end. He'll want to be back
59.
at the MODUS
Michael
Super
Carr,
Series in the
78.
future. But just showing what his qualities are all about. 2 darts to double 12. Centre of the board.
66. Justin Carr, 146.
Group C has been littered with some fantastic finishers. Not this time.
64. Mike Ricard, 12.
This is tricky.
6. Justin Ricard, 82.
Centre of the board for the match.
66. Mike Ricard, 6. Game shot on the fourth flag. Mike Huntley.
How did he get through that? He'd be thinking to himself. There was a gate and a fence covering that double 3. But he got there in the end.
Fifth flag, Mike to throw first. Game on.
And that realisation, it was a break of throw as well. We've seen some incredible comebacks this week. Mike Giller coming from 3-0 down against Gary Stone. And that incredible Jared Cole fight back against Alan Tabban.
98. $98.
You had the feeling that Michael Huntley was looking at this
100.
game thinking, if I can just get down for a winner takes all. But 3/4 of the way through, the group sort of panned out, and that
59.
incredible moment when Andy Hamilton and Michael Huntley played each other, and because of the 4-3 scoreline, they both ruled each other out for Saturday night. Much to the delight
46.
of Jared Cole and Justin Hood. Perfect dart. When he gets the first one in,
140.
the others usually follow. This 2 maximums in this match alone.
23.
Trebleless there means that Justin Hood is now a big favourite. 6 darts from 204. Finding that treble 20 regular now.
65.
Won't be happy how he mops that up.
$100.
He's playing with a bit
Justin
more
Carr,
pace as Michael Huntley now.
139.
Treble 19. Don't bust it. Oh, we nearly
99.
did. He
Michael
very
Carl,
nearly busted.
134.
See the funny side of it. Is it going to be treble 18? He's very traditional in his way of going, Michael. Is this the moment now for Justin Hood?
26. Justin McCall, 40.
Can he put the cherry on the cake for his qualification into Saturday night? Absolutely can. It's a 4-1 victory there for Justin Hood over there. Michael Huntley, who's had ups and downs of a week, but in the end, it's Justin Hood we will see with Jared Cole on Saturday night. It was a high-pressured competition in Group C, very tight and competitive, but it's Jared Cole, Justin Hood. The two guys will be delighted, and we will see them on Saturday night.
Indeed we will. Thank you very much, Glenn. Matt Edgar alongside me up here on the balcony. Let's begin then by talking about Justin Hood, because he's back into the Saturday night final, a place where he has good memories in the past.
Yeah, winning form, and there's not many people here actually with title-winning form. I mean, John Henderson, who's already through, he's played in a Champions Week before. Justin Hood, I don't think, did himself justice last time he was in a Champions Week. And this might not only just be about the £5,000 weekly prize, but an opportunity to rectify what happened last time.
Well, this is what we have seen today then. These are the results from our 15 matches, and well, going into the final couple of rounds, it was drama absolutely everywhere, but it was all sorted by the time we got towards the finale. Let's dissect then how we got there, because the pivotal match was the one between Hamilton and Huntley, because that 4-3 win for Andy Hamilton effectively, well, it sent both players out. You don't often get that in a group stage format.
You don't get it anywhere, really, where you get two people walk off the stage and both of them are losers, essentially, because they eliminate each other due to the way the scores broke down. And I've never seen that before, even here at the Super Series. That's a new one on me, but that's what the Super Series keeps doing up. It keeps throwing up all these weird and wonderful solutions.
Well, it has been a day full of drama. It's been a day full of big finishes, because Justin Hood had the big fish on the hook. I managed to get through that in one piece. The 170 here against Andy Hamilton, and sometimes we go weeks without a checkout like this, and we've now seen it 5 times.
And that's just on the big one. We've had some really good other checkouts as well this week. We do our checkout of the week on Saturday, and I think we might need to go into double letters. We might need to go double A and double B on some of these, because there have been so many really good checkouts. There's going to be a really interesting one to see which our viewers pick on that.
Jared Cole, then, the victor of the group. Well, he was Mr. 170 as far as this week is concerned. Now, the big moment for him, 3-0 down to Alan Tabern. It could have been so easy to cave in. And I know that you and Glenn on commentary have spoken about certain elements of Jared's game, but his temperament under that sort of pressure came to fruition.
What a performance. He ended with average of nearly 100, and the I mean, you could see Alan Tabern just like, oh, here we go. The surprise and the almost acceptance of it. He sort of knew what was happening, knew that he was in that flow, didn't do anything to try and break that flow, could maybe have tried slowing it down, maybe just have a little bit of a break just to break that chain. But Jared Cole really got into the flow in that period of time and was completely in command and really in check of all his emotions. Nothing flustered him.
Well, he fired in another big finish today, the 155 to boot, to add to that growing list and collection of big finishes. We could see it here against Justin Hood. It was a game he would then subsequently go on to lose. Has he, over the last couple of days, played himself into the type of form that could see him pick up the trophy here tomorrow?
Well, he's shown the form all the way through. That's been there. It's not consistently been there. Is it consistently there now? I don't even think Jared thinks it's consistently there yet. But as I was coming through, he says, look, I've just figured out how to play darts. He's changed a few things. He's changed his darts. He's had glasses on, glasses off. He hasn't been comfortable. And I think a lot of that stems from the PDC Development Tour, where he didn't play his best darts. And he came here a bit void of confidence. He's finding a bit more confidence. He's got to believe in himself. Now, he's just top Group C. If you can't believe in yourself after winning a group, what's he going to be able to do? Where's he going to find that confidence from? He's getting some more pounds in the pocket. It's all positive right now for Jared Cole.
And you can talk from experience of winning a group here, can't you?
Well, it was a Group B that we did, yeah.
He won a Group B, apparently, once upon a time. He never tells anyone that ever. But going back to that development tour thing, when you come into this on the back of another tournament and it doesn't go well, can you find yourself chasing your tail a little bit?
You can, in the early stage of your career, which what Jared Cole is. We're dealing with a young player here. Just because we've seen him so much and he's done so much, we can often forget how young he actually is in terms of the game of darts as well. As he gets older and gets experience, he'll be able to just put those things in the back pocket, not worry about that, and know that every day is different. He might say these things right now, but he hasn't experienced them. He hasn't lived them, and you can't buy experience.
As far as Michael Huntley's week is concerned, if you were him right now, sat down, assessing it, what would you be saying? What would you be thinking?
Personally, I'd probably start off being disappointed because I'd have wanted to have got through. But then I would look at it and go, well, actually, I've recovered quite well from that situation, so I can actually go here with my head held quite high. I can go with quite a bit of pride because the performance wasn't there. He wasn't just losing. He was losing with terrible performances. He was averaging 60s, 70s. It got to the point where I was feeling for him, and I was feeling for him because I could see almost the embarrassment of the situation all across him. So for him to be able to turn that around, and by the end he was throwing some really good darts, I think that's really commendable and shows a lot of character for Michael Huntley.
So let's have a look and see how the table finishes up then in Group C, because Jared Cole is the victor in the end from Justin Hood. Now, that looks a little bit more comfortable, that table, than actually how proceedings were in the end.
Nothing was comfortable about this group for anybody. I mean, even Alan Tabern, you look and think he's cut adrift. He was well and truly in this going into the final couple of laps of fixtures. It's just, if you look at that screenshot, it doesn't tell you the story. The table often doesn't lie. In this situation, I think he does.
The table lies. The table lies. Well, let's see how the land lies as far as the bracket for the week is concerned. Because we knew going into today that John Henderson had qualified for tomorrow night's final. He did that through Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. And we can now add the names of Jared Cole and Justin Smith into the finale. So we're halfway through finalising who that field's going to be. Group B is going to be our attention a little bit later on this evening. And look, there is plenty to dissect as far as that is concerned. First things first, Gary Stone, the man who was the favourite of the bookmakers, not just to win that group, but to go on and win the entire week. Well, he has got work to do to make sure that he qualifies tonight.
All I'm going to say on that is well done, or good luck, should I say, for Glenn Durrant, who's got to come up here later on and try and dissect that group, because the thing with Group B is no one's ever out of it. And as long as you don't go the first day losing all your matches, anything can happen. It can completely flip-flop around. Gary Stone has the quality to completely turn that group around. I do expect to see him get through. How we get through, with what sort of style, I don't know. But I do still expect, even though he's only on 2 points, he's going to play a big part tonight.
We'll find out tonight. I'll see you a little bit later on tonight. We'll see you a little bit later on tonight. 10 o'clock, we resume the action on Sporty Stuff TV for the culmination of Group B. But as far as Group C is concerned, well, Cole was on flames.
First leg Owen to Sir Ophers.
Finals will not be
Game
before
on.
10 p.m, which is when we join our broadcast partners, Sporty Stuff TV.
86.
Owen Bates, as we mentioned, after that defeat, can still go through after this match if he wins it 4-0.
I mean, if it wasn't for missed doubles, he was dominating the early stages of that match in the scoring phase.
Yeah, he was. All he's got to think of is winning the game, isn't it? Because if he does that, then of course, if you're like Luke Littler to beat Daryl Pilgrim, and he'll go through anyway. But Pilgrim has got other ideas, as we can see from the first 4 darts, the first 5 darts, the first 6 darts.
77.
Well, I suggested something dramatic was going to happen. Well, there's little more dramatic
44.
in darts than a 9.
Darryl, you require 144.
Can Darryl do it with his very first leg of Champions Night?
Boom.
Yeah, he wasn't particularly close, but we'll forgive him for that.
He's seeing the funny side of it.
Just tapping the old ticker a little bit there. I think he was getting rather excited.
105.
9 darts.
Darryl, you require
Always an amazing
86.
feeling, but to do one on TV.
Yeah, we're yet to have one in front of a crowd on a finals night. But that is some start from Darryl Pilgrim. He's here to play.
12 dart breaker throw. With a ball
Seven
finish.
leg Darryl to throw first.
180, 177, and the 86 out, as Mace mentioned on the bullseye. If Owen Bates is going to somehow get through, he's going to have to
57.
turn it on maybe to levels that he's never reached before.
Yeah, he became quite frustrated last night because he went through the card on Thursday, winning 4 out of 4. And then one of my trips up onto the balcony, he was cussing and cursing and wires and blockers, and he was all over it. They just wouldn't go in last night. And then I think he started to hit the panic button, thinking he might not qualify.
Good response from him, though, kicking off this leg with a 180.
34.
Getting himself down to this position after a couple of visits. Pilgrim could still be on a finish first if he can fill it up.
No ifs, Murph.
100.
Well, even he can't believe that found its way in.
We've had 3 180s and a 177, and we've not even completed 2 legs. We might get a 171.
171.
What's going on?
Darryl, you require 164.
Bates on double 8 after 9. Might not even get a go at it.
116.
Strange time to lay up, Darryl.
Owen, you require 16.
Yeah, it was a pretty bad dart at the bullseye, wasn't it? Not many bad darts in this match. This could be a 10-dart leg.
It is a 10.
Second leg, Owen
Match
Bates.
is the best we've seen this week. That's a third 10-darter. Wow.
Third leg, Owen to throw.
Look at that way
first.
to break back.
Look
Game
at
on.
that. 2 legs in, I know, but those numbers.
Shows you the start they've made, though.
Well, it's not going down, Chris.
139. $96.
Well, we've promised something special. And finals night on Champions Week is already delivering.
85.
This is showing me all about the minerals of Owen Bates. He's right up against it. He'd have been desperately disappointed to have lost to Luke Littler in the opening match of the session and the opening match of
60.
this Group 1. And he's had the kitchen sink thrown at him here, and he's responding.
140. $50. On your require
Could be about to go in
137.
front. After Pilgrim set off as if he was unbeatable, Bates has said, you know what, I'm not having this. He's having that.
Have some of that. Back-to-back 12 darter in leg 1, a 10, and now another 12
Fourth leg
for
Darryl
Bates.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, we said he might have to reach levels that he's never reached before. After 3 legs here, he's averaging 121.5, Mace.
Record
60.
breaking territory.
Well, yeah, not just for here, not just for him, but for any broadcast darts match. The record's 123.5 now, I believe. Peter Wright in a pro tour
57.
against Christoph Ratajski, beating the previous best of 123.4 from MVG in the Premier League.
So the 123.4 is still the highest TV average.
Unless you watch a pro tour on your telly.
Which I do.
125.
It was against Ratajski that Wright did that in, and I remember it was actually Ratajski was pointing him towards because they used a Dart Connect system on a tablet which shows the average, and he was much more enthusiastic about what had
68.
happened than Peter Wright, even though he'd just been whipped 6-0.
course, MVG was a double 18 away from a
60.
130 something.
Yeah, remarkable. It was actually against Michael Smith up in Aberdeen.
Computer darts, that is.
There is recorded averages of around 130 on the Pro Tour now since we started
100.
putting that system in. But the highest here at the Super Series, 118 and change.
139.
The highest one I ever had against me was Mick McGowan. It was
96.
I don't think I'd have been far off that, and I don't think I got a double. It was, I'm sure it was 120 odd.
120.
Wow. Well, this is what he wants. Not the odd, just 120.
For 3-1.
The flatty. Even on a 120.
Love it.
That's bold, isn't it? What a shot that is. Look at that.
Yeah,
Oh, and it's worked. An absolute treat.
Yes.
Terrific tungsten this from Owen Bates.
Is class.
Fifth leg going to throw.
Well, the average has dipped, despite going out in 15 with a 120 out, to 115.
Useless. Well, it's going back up now.
Oh,
Carry on, Owen. Well, now we know why they call him the master.
It's a masterful performance. Wowzers.
44.
We are in that territory of record-breaking stuff here at the MODUS Super Series.
Murph.
44.
He can't hear me.
The darting gods can. They're tuning in.
Well, it's darts from the gods from Owen Bates, isn't it? This?
60.
In a church.
And it's a win that will actually put him back on a level leg difference if he does get it done 4-1.
123.
And puts a prospect of a potential 9-dart shootout in this group.
Yep. If he does get over the line here and wins 4-1 and then Pilgrim beats
95.
Littler
On your
4-1,
wire, 154.
exactly what we got.
Can you remember back to leg 1 when Daryl Pilgrim was on a 9? What's gone on? Well, part of what's gone on
96.
is absolutely flawless finishing from Owen Bates.
Yeah, 137. The 120.
And then the other one, he only had 1 dart double because he was on it after 9 darts.
On your wire,
Yep, double
58.
8 for the 10.
18 for tops. To complete an absolutely astonishing performance. Wow, wow. That is elite level stuff from Owen Bates. In the end, the average is 113.29, the best we've seen on this Champions Week.